Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. My name is Papama Mhlekwa. I am the Evaluation and Monitoring Officer at the Center for Postgraduate Studies, commonly known as CPGS. I'd like to greet everyone who is here today, academic and non-academic staff. I'd like to forward a special greeting. You know, this is a knowledge-generating institution. Therefore, there has to be knowledge generators. So these people play a huge part in knowledge generation, and those people are the postgraduate students. So to the postgraduate students, a special welcome to you. This is your day, rejoice in it. I know that sounds churchy, but you know, old habits die hard. So there is a person to officially welcome you, and that is my boss, Professor Isaac van Zyl. Prof, the stage is yours.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here after a long day yesterday. We welcome our students, postgrads especially, but I'd also like to thank the Vice Chancellor, the Deputy Vice Chancellors, members of Executive Management, the Program Director, Ms. Mhlekwa, the Director of Research, Directorate Research Development, Prof. Berger, and everyone else who made this event happen. So I'd just like to say a few opening words, and then I'll hand over to the other speakers. So in his seminal essay on the idea of a university, scholar John Henry Newman described the university as an alma mater, Latin for nourishing mother, knowing her children one by one. The university is not a foundry, a mint, or a treadmill. While it may seem idealistic, the core of this idea still resonates with me today. This is the belief that the university can or even should function as a source of nourishment, intellectually, socially, emotionally, and spiritually. However, when considering this idea in the context of CPUT, we are challenged with an extensive and diverse group of postgraduate students and supervisors. Indeed, as expressed in our Vision 2030, our staff and students live in times of volatility, uncertainty, complexities, and ambiguity. Notwithstanding deep societal crises such as unemployment and economic insecurity, we can also acknowledge that our postgraduate students are global citizens and that they never stop learning. Moreover, they are being educated in an intellectual era that presents new perspectives like post-truth communication, post-humanism, decoloniality, and transdisciplinarity. These all result in complex learning demands that we must meet both as a university and as a center for postgraduate studies. I see these demands not only as challenges but also as opportunities. Our community is geographically and culturally diverse. While we have a significant Southern African and African student body, our supervisors and academics and students have networks extending beyond South Africa to the global South and to the global North. International scholars from these regions examine our postgraduate students, and our academics collaborate with globally recognized researchers. Considering this context, our postgraduate cohort, not excluding supervisors and academics, is the perfect breeding ground for actualizing the university's vision of becoming Africa's leading smart university of technology, globally renowned for innovation, with graduates that shape a better world for humanity. With this, we can align to an institutional vision that embraces two key dimensions: human centricity or oneness, and open innovation or smartness. Through these dimensions, we will foster analytical, reflexive, independent, self-directed, empathetic, and accomplished persons. So those are all the things that I would like to foster. By the end of this decade, we hope to have become a nourishing mother for our postgraduate community, who will in turn be able to shape a better world for humanity. But the work will be ongoing. It is, after all, a journey of progress and not perfection. Thank you very much. With this, I would like to introduce Mr. Oiva Kamati. Is he around from the Ubuntu Forum? Ah, you are here. Okay. Thank you very much, colleagues. Okay.
Can I just follow them? So you need to help me until we so that I'm in before we go. Okay, thank you. Today. So, okay. Oh, there we go. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. For a moment, I thought maybe I'm alone in this house. My name is Yanda Diongo. I am a deputy chairperson for Ubuntu Postgraduate Forum. I'm going to briefly take you guys through as to what Ubuntu Postgraduate Forum is. Just a brief history. This forum started in 2018 at the postgraduate residence here in Belleville. And the whole mandate of why it started, it was just for the students that decided to come together to give each other support through the journey of postgraduate studies. And maybe one may ask why the name Ubuntu. I'm sure most of us know what Ubuntu stands for, and Ubuntu is one of the rich Xhosa originated names that are very difficult to directly translate to any other language, but I'm sure everyone understands the meaning of what it means. So we thought this group and this forum deserves such origin and such richness of the name, and hence the name Ubuntu. And it was officially launched on the 16th of June in 2018 during the postgraduate welcoming. The vision for Ubuntu Postgraduate is for postgraduate students to make sure that we carry each other and that nobody lags behind, because the journey sometimes can feel lonely and isolating. And the mission that governs us is to promote research, innovation, and output through engagement and interactions. This forum aims to unite postgraduate students and promote intellectual and academic interactions among researchers at CPUT. We also aim to be recognized by the institution as a formal structure that is capable of playing a bigger role in the decision-making of the institution. And then lastly, we aim to foster good relationships between postgraduate students and the Center of Postgraduate Studies, which I believe it is already ongoing. We like to point out and make this note to say, part of our mandatory for creating or rather formulating this forum, it is so that we can find a way or a platform to voice out the issues that are pertaining the postgraduate students without engaging in other forms of saying out our voice, but to sit in a diplomatic manner
with the management to try and find resolutions to the matters that are pertaining to the students. So far as our enrollments are concerned, we have 180 number of students that are active in the forum. This means that there is still a lot of work that needs to be done. Our mode of active platform where we engage the students is Telegram group. We were first started on WhatsApp group, and then we migrated to Telegram because of the big numbers, and Telegram doesn't have much restrictions as WhatsApp groups would have. So I just want to point out the Facebook 8 followers are in there. It's because we are not much active on Facebook, and I think this also calls out to other postgraduate students that are still not part of the forum to say, for those who still have got expertise that can help us make this platform to grow bigger, now it is the time for all of you guys to join us so that we can take this forum forward. This slide briefly shows the organogram and the structure of the leadership. We've got our chairperson, Mr. Kamati, he's here with me. You can maybe just wave so people can see you. Yes, and I am the deputy chairperson. The other members as well, and other officers that are not with us at the moment. But it shows that what I want to point out is that this current executive, it is an outgoing, so meaning that we are about, or we have already started at the end of the year, last year, to start the nominations of the new leadership. So in the next upcoming events, you'll be seeing new faces that are going to be standing here. So there's a lot of achievements that we have done so far since the formation of the forum. For instance, the facilitation of the CPUT, CPGS postgraduate bursary. Amongst other things, the introduction of several trainings and workshops for postgraduate students, which I believe they were very beneficial during the COVID season, as we couldn't meet face-to-face. Among other things, there's also an improved monitoring of postgraduate student progress, and also this platform has enabled to create platforms for postgraduate students to engage and assist each other. Like I mentioned earlier, the journey can be lonely and isolating. So we are here to actually hold each other by hand. And also to timely relay information from the management, which is in this case the CPGS, to the students. So we sort of work like a liaison between the students and the CPGS to make sure that things are actually flowing. The way forward for the forum, basically, currently we are in talks with the CPGS for some of the items that are listed here. For instance, number one that was mentioned as a need for postgraduate students is a formulation of a student hub for postgrads, because we feel like there is an IT center for undergrads, and then there's less of spaces for postgraduate students around the campuses. And then also, we also find a way to have more physical and hybrid training sessions, because some of the postgraduate students are working during the day, so they cannot attend the physical workshops. We've also, we are also in talks of the separate or different student cards for postgraduates that are different from the generic undergrads. They're already laughing at me. They know this talk. And then also, we were also actively involved in the postgraduate orientation day to make sure that the work of the students and the CPGS is actually monitored swiftly. And then lastly, the membership forum. Like I said, we still seek more ways to actually make sure that we reach all the campuses across, because some of the students are not in residences, so which means we need some ways to find even those that are actually coming on a day-to-day basis from other faculties. Okay, I think briefly as this presentation was, that is all I have to say. But before I leave, these are the platforms for us that we actually found on. We are active, so that postgraduate Ubuntu Postgraduate email address. It is the one that CPGS uses to send information to us, and then we relay that information to the students. And then for those who would like to join us, they can use the Telegram link that is in there, or maybe you can just talk to any of us and maybe any other student, then they can send it to you. Thank you so much, guys, for your attention. Thanks.
Hi again. Our DVC research was scheduled to talk this morning, but to give the opening address. But he has had to travel to Johannesburg on some urgent business. So we've managed to ask Prof. Judy Peter to do the opening address for us this morning. I'll just read her bio quickly. Judy Peter is a professor, art historian, curator, and the director of strategic initiatives and partnerships at CPUT. She has published in the areas of gender studies, post-colonial studies, and cultural studies in national and international journals, and presented academic papers both nationally and internationally. She has participated in various platforms: South African Visual Art Historians, College Art Association, Arts Council of the African Studies Association, and the South African Jewelry Council. Outbound short learning programs for students from the University of Johannesburg have been facilitated by Prof. Peter to Zagreb, New York, and Paris. She has also curated student jewelry exhibitions in South Africa, London, and New York. Prof. Peter and colleagues from Romania conceptualized a collaborative research project between democracies 1989 to 2014, remembering, narrating, and reimagining the past in Eastern and Central Europe and Southern Africa for the period 2012 to 2023. Prof. Peter has been on the AIEA leadership program in 2019, a member of the conference committee and board 2022 to 2023, as well as the 2019 to 2020 Diversity Abroad Race and Ethnicity Task Force, chaired numerous panels and presented at APAIE Diversity Conference, IEASA and ASA, all these acronyms. Welcome, Prof. Peter. Thank you very much.
Good morning and thank you. It's just that I work on two platforms, internationalization and as an art historian, and a jewelry designer, so I had to conflate all of those disciplines. Okay. So as Prof. Van Zyl said, I'm standing in on behalf of Dr. Powell, and I'm reading his paper. Okay. So thank you to the program director for your kind introduction. Good morning all, and to all the colleagues in the room today. I would like to extend a word of thanks to CPGS for the opportunity to address you this morning. It is also wonderful to have this event in the physical realm after 2 or 3 years of COVID-19. Now that this Black Swan event has passed, we can meet physically and debate as before. Colleagues, I've always believed that delivering a keynote address poses a dual challenge to the nominated speaker. Firstly, it is usually at the beginning of an event, so if the speaker messes up, it does not bode well for the rest of the proceedings. People always remember the speaker who put them to sleep right at the beginning. Secondly, the choice of appropriate theme for the audience is of critical importance, as they are eager to hear and to imbibe pearls of wisdom from a world-weary sage who has seen it all after all. I have a feeling, this is Dr. Powell's words, that I will disappoint you on both counts. The life of any postgraduate student is not inherently easy. For a student at CPUT, as you pursue your postgraduate studies, you have to maneuver past a series of unavoidable realities. Family responsibilities, financial strain, seemingly unreasonable supervisors, inadequate infrastructure to do your research, and other challenges, and yet you are expected to finish your qualification in the shortest possible time. I thought maybe as the audience is predominantly postgraduate students, I should do an introspection of my own academic journey. I will rather reflect on what I could have done better during my postgraduate studies. Hopefully that this will be of some benefit to you and avoid some of the missteps to be real or imagined and do better than I did. My plea this morning is to focus on one thing that will not define your success or failure. It's not to focus on one thing that will define your success or failure as a student, but influence an entire life trajectory till you join the great graduation party in the sky. That is the optimal and efficient use of the time you have. After completing my own formal qualifications, I could have done differently in spite of the successful completion of all my qualifications. I believe if I could go back in time and be more disciplined and use the limited time I had more efficiently, I could have done even more in terms of output, quality of my thesis, and probably laid the ground for a more productive professional career. The issue of wasting time comes into sharp focus when you consider how much time CPUT allocates to you as a postgraduate student to complete master's and postdoctoral studies. What trips all of us when we are on this journey is how little time we actually have to complete our studies. As an example, we say ideally a student has 2 years to complete a typical master's degree or full-time studies. What it really means is that you have 2 calendar years, and that perspective changes everything about how much time you actually have to complete your qualification. We need to interrogate what it actually means in terms of actual time. So my simple message to you colleagues this morning is, if you remember just one thing, it is the importance of using your time to pursue your studies. Speaking from experience, you have the rest of your life to imbibe copious amounts of beer, wine, as well as pursuing other earthly pleasures relentlessly. You have a responsibility to yourself, your family, institution, and society to be diligent in your studies. More often than not, we tell you that the financial cost of prolonged studies are detrimental. I also think you should monetize the time you have. That's only then will you value the time you have. Looking back, I wish I had read essays when I was a student and when I did not have gray. Well, I don't have gray hair. This is Dr. Powell. A second point to consider is the quality of your work from a writing perspective. What is severely limited is the time you have to write up a high-quality, impactful thesis or dissertation. No doubt, you get all the support to write in an academic style, be it a proposal, article, or thesis. And this is great and wonderful. However, I still believe it's not enough. What I think can help is a deep reading on your own. Your thesis is probably one of the most consequential things you will ever capture on paper. The hallmark of academic work is not just about the scientific merit, but about how content is articulated, and on paper, writing course can be taken to assist in this regard. Hence, your writing of your work should be in Afrikaans. Uit die boonste rakke, I don't know what that means. It must be top drawer. The greatest writers in this world have one thing in common. They read a lot. Looking back, I wish parallel to pursuing my studies, I should have just used my free time to read more widely. Shakespeare, Ngugi, Tolstoy, James Joyce, Chinua Achebe, Toni Morrison, to name a few. I am now finding out I could have done better than spend time watching TV and the empty pursuit of student life. Believe me, I live in eternal regret that I did not read more, but for pleasure. but the craft of my professional writing and communication skills. Program Director, I thank you for granting the privilege to address these future colleagues at a critical stage of their academic journey. I want to wish all of you well for the conference and for continuing your studies. The Center for Postgraduate Studies is here to provide the necessary support for you as postgraduate students. Thank you. Baie dankie Nkosi.
Good morning, everyone. My task is very simple. It's just to explain the proceedings for the day. Do we have copies of the program? Do we have copies? All of us? Who still needs a copy? Okay. Let me see. You can collect some copies outside. Okay, so for those who have the programs, I just want to run the program with all of us. Please, if you do not have the program, we are going to hand it to you shortly. So you see that if you look at the first page, we have room 1. So room 1 is this venue, and we also have room 2 and 3. Room 2 and 3 are upstairs. So this is room 1. Room 2 and 3 are upstairs. And then you need to look for your name if you're going to present. And you also need to look at the research focus areas. So the way the program has been put together is that after lunch, if you are, for instance, in room 1, you will see that the focus area in the morning is human, health, and social dynamics. But in the afternoon, after lunch, it changes to environment, climate change, and sustainability. So please watch out for that so that you can find the appropriate venue. So coming to the presentations, please make sure that during the break, you have your presentation loaded on the laptop so that between one presenter to the next we do not waste time. Please make use of the breaks to get your presentation loaded. And you will have a total of 10 minutes to present. And you need to watch the chairperson for that session so that you can be warned of how much time you still have. And then there will be 5 minutes for questions. So I would like to recommend that we make use of the question time to try and help the presenter, to improve on their research, ask those questions that will help somebody. I think that is it from me. So I think the next thing would be to enter the rooms, but maybe I can, where's our program director? She's outside. Okay, so one more thing is that from 11:15 to 11:30, we'll have our tea break. And then the lunch break is from 12:45 to 13:30. So please watch out for those two. And the bathrooms are on this side. Also at the top, they are also on the right, if you would want to look for the bathrooms. If there's anything else that you need, please look for me, or you can look for our program director, or any of our CPGS team members. So the CPGS team members, please, can you just wave where you are? We have already seen Prof. Anzel, he was here, yes. So welcome everyone, and we are all happy and excited that we're having the conference, and I wish you well. I know that some of you didn't have time as much time as you would need to prepare for your presentation, but that's not the problem. Huh? Just try your best. Try your best to stay calm and show us that you know these things. I believe you know these things. So please show us that you know. Don't be shy. We all are shy. You can see that I'm also shy. So, yeah. So, Ms. Papama, is there something that we... Okay, so this is room 1, and room 2 and 3 are upstairs. May I please kindly request that the session chairs remain, just for a few instructions, together with the adjudicators. So there will be prizes at the end of the day, I think. Is that still true? Yes, there will be prizes. So please do not leave until we are done with the programs, because I think the last thing that we'll do is to present the prizes. So please do not leave. And thank you very much. Um, yes. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So I think we just need to have a chat with adjudicators, just to remind them that you didn't have a lot of time to prepare. Eh? So at least you know that I'm on your side, so no one is going to complain. Yeah. So this is room 1, and then room 2 is directly above, and then room 3. Yes. So we just need to have a chat with the session chairs.
is your presentation, this one? Oh, there it is.
No, I'm not the Moredeni, I'm the one. I want to
Hey?
chair.
Hey?
I'm not Moredeni, I want to. Good morning once again. It's time for our presentation. Like the chair said, it's 10 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for questioning. Our first presenter this morning is Moredeni Ntengwe. Sorry if I'm not pronouncing your name nicely. You're the, okay, can come. Please, can we give her a round of applause as she comes? I'm not sure what I'm done. Yeah, you can. I'm not sure if it's. Just if it's working. Is it working?
No, it doesn't move around. It doesn't move around.
No, okay. Just go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Morendeni Netengwe, and I am a PhD student under the supervision of Prof. Oguntibeju and Dr. Opuwari and Dr. Kunle Okayetu. I will be doing my presentation on a review paper under the topic, The Link Between Diabetes Mellitus, Obesity, and Oxidative Stress, Implications in Male Infertility. I think it's safe for me to start with what diabetes mellitus is. Diabetes mellitus is characterized by hyperglycemia, which means high blood sugar levels, and that is fasting sugar levels over 7 millimolar per deciliter, and that's how it's diagnosed. The symptoms for diabetes mellitus are excessive thirst, fatigue, high blood pressure, wounds that slowly heal, and more of the symptoms. Statistics show that there's a rapid increase in South Africa with the prevalence of diabetes mellitus. It shows that it has increased from 4.5% in 2010 to 12.7% in 2019. Globally, it has also increased, and it is estimated that in 2030, there will be about 366 million people that are affected by diabetes mellitus. This number may also double to about 642 million in 2040. This shows that diabetes mellitus is a great concern globally and also in South Africa. So as I've mentioned that diabetes mellitus is characterized by high blood sugar levels, I will explain now the glucose metabolism, what happens after ingestion, taking in glucose. So the pancreas is the main gland for glucose metabolism. It releases insulin, which is responsible for the metabolism of glucose. When insulin is released, it goes into the bloodstream and it attaches to insulin receptors in cells. The insulin receptors lead to a translocation of the glucose transporters so that glucose is taken from the blood into the cells. When this process fails, there is high levels of glucose in the bloodstream. So we've got two types of diabetes. In type 2 diabetes, there's insulin resistance, which means that the receptors that were supposed to attach to insulin do not work properly. Type 1 diabetes is characterized by the damage of beta cells in the pancreas, which leads to less insulin that is secreted and leads to high blood glucose. So both type 1 and type 2 diabetes are characterized by high blood sugar levels. This means that all that happens after is normally the same between type 2 diabetes and type 1. So what causes diabetes mellitus? It can be a genetic thing. It can be due to the age and gender. It can also be due to an unhealthy diet or inactivity, which leads to obesity. So in this case, in this paper, I have explained the interaction or the link between obesity and diabetes mellitus. So obesity is the excessive increase in adipose tissue, and it is caused by, as I said, unhealthy diet and physical inactivity. The complications that come with obesity are cardiovascular disease and the diabetes mellitus. So I will now explain the link between obesity and diabetes and the instigator, which is oxidative stress. Oxidative stress is the excessive production of free radicals. This happens in the mitochondria during glucose metabolism. So when there's high glucose levels, there's also high release of free radicals from the mitochondria. A decreased activity of antioxidant enzymes, which are meant to neutralize the free radicals, causes oxidative stress. So when there's high free radicals, which means oxidative stress, there's damage of tissue, damage of proteins, lipids, and DNA. If this damage occurs in the male reproductive organs, it leads to male infertility. And that's how we'll jump to male infertility. Male infertility is the inability of a male to achieve pregnancy after 12 months of trying. Male infertility has been associated with obesity and diabetes mellitus. This means that more males who are found to have male infertility also have diabetes or obesity in many cases. Male infertility is diagnosed using the sperm parameters, which is concentration, motility, vitality, DNA fragmentation, and others. 10% of people worldwide are affected, or 10% of the males are affected by male infertility. And in most cases of infertility, it is mostly thought to be a problem of the female. But the truth is 50% of the infertility cases are actually male-related. So the research problem here is that many reported cases of diabetes mellitus involve obesity. There's also an increase in the prevalence of diabetes-related male infertility and diabetes, as I've mentioned earlier. Few patients are treated due to the fact that there's side effects of the medication that are already there. There's unaffordability of the medication. And also there's less awareness of alternative treatment for obesity, diabetes mellitus, and also male infertility. So my research question is there a link between obesity, diabetes mellitus, and oxidative stress? And how is obesity, diabetes mellitus, and oxidative stress implicated with male infertility? And so I went on and did a search in literature using PubMed, Scopus, and Science Direct, using the following keywords to find the link. So the findings are, during obesity, there is an increase in adipocytes, which means the fat cells. There is also an increase in leptin secretion. So leptin is secreted by the adipocytes. When there's a high level of leptin, there's insulin resistance due to other factors that are involved, like the increase in cytokines and increase in inflammatory markers. Insulin resistance, as I've said in the beginning, leads to hyperglycemia or diabetes mellitus, which leads to oxidative stress, and then leads to the destruction of the male reproductive organs. So oxidative stress is a high level of free radicals, and this leads to the destruction of the blood, of the endothelial cells and blood vessels, which leads to cardiovascular diseases. Free radicals can also lead to the destruction of the kidneys, which leads to nephropathy, and also it can lead to the destruction of male reproductive cells, which leads to male infertility. So right here at the bottom are the complications that also come with diabetes mellitus. So how then is diabetes related to male infertility? As you can see from the diagram, there is oxidative stress and there's also inflammation that is caused by obesity. all of these things lead to a damage in the DNA, then lipid peroxidation of the sperm cells, and also protein oxidation, and apoptosis, which is the death of these cells. This can lead to the death of the sperm cells and lead to male infertility. So in my conclusion and recommendation, there could be alternative methods of treatment. Could we possibly go to the natural ways where we use plants to get rid of the side effects and the affordability problem with the treatment of diabetes mellitus and male infertility? There could also be more awareness on diabetes mellitus. That is, people getting to know that healthy dietary choices and physical activity is good to ameliorate oxidative stress and obesity. Further discovery of the biomarkers linking obesity, diabetes, and male infertility could also help in the treatment of diabetic mellitus-related male infertility. Thank you, and these are my references.
Thank you so much, Moredeni, for the nice presentation. Any questions for the lady? Questions on diabetics? Yes. Sir, please come first.
A particular natural plant or approach in this regard?
Thank you, Prof. So this is just a review paper that is part of my PhD, and I am currently busy with certain plants that are from Limpopo, and these are used in the traditional medicine for the treatment of diabetes mellitus-related male infertility. So I'm testing those on the male sperm. Thank you.
So what about the female side of it? Because you're only selling on male infertility.
Yes,
what about the female?
there's, like I said, there's just less awareness on the male infertility than the female. So this is just to give awareness that there is such a thing and there is a treatment for it.
Yeah, please, we need such plants. we want to get those plants. Thank you so much. Taskim?
Yes, thank you for the great presentation. My question was actually related to Prof. Gunterveju's. It was just that in your reading so far with this review article, have you come across any other natural methods besides the one that you plan on testing?
Yes, I've come up with a couple of papers that talk of different plants. I've also gone on I've done an ethnobotanical paper before that has got like a list of many and many of the plants that are used for that.
If you could pick top two, what would you recommend?
Top two?
Yeah.
I would say Garcinia. I would say Garcinia livingstoni. I would also say Sutherlandia. Well, obviously, I'm just saying because I like the papers, but I've never used. So, yeah.
And then specifically with regard to these natural products, do you think that their ability to counteract this male infertility would be by reducing the obesity itself or protecting the sperm cells?
I think it is mainly on reducing the oxidative stress. So, as I said with my recommendations, it would be good to have awareness on obesity, which can also be reduced by physical activity and also a healthy diet. But when it comes to the plants, I think it would be for reducing the free radicals.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, our next presenter is Gail. Angelique Gail. Okay. I'm not sure.
I think we escape it, maybe.
There you go. Yeah. Where's your application?
There we go. Thank you so much. I don't know which one. Is this the presser thingy over here? Could I just use this though? Is it the same thing? And then the oh my gosh. Let me just put my glasses on. Hi everyone. Just want to start here. Okay. My name's Gail Stock. I am going to be presenting an adaptive design approach to studio spaces in higher education. Just to give a little background, I am an interior designer. I'm also an interior design lecturer, so that's just something that needs to come through in case I bypass it somewhere as I'm presenting in Speedy Gonzalez mode here. And my supervisor is Prof. Isaac van Sale, and my co-supervisor is Miss Marietta Dreyer, and thank goodness with the assistance of both of them, I've completed my master's, so I'm very happy to be standing here. So yes, let me go on with the rest of the presentation. So the research is focused on dedicated learning spaces within higher education, and more specifically, studio spaces within the discipline of interior and architectural education. So learning, according to the theory of situated learning, occurs when people interact with one another and integrate existing knowledge with real, informed, and sometimes unplanned contextual learning. Sorry, I just want to get the mouse over here. Apologies, I just want to get the mouse to go to where I need it to be. It's not working. Do they maybe have a mouse so that I can scroll down on the side here? Is there no mouse? Okay. No, it's on my slides itself. Anyways, it's fine. So essentially, education is the most powerful weapon that one can use in the world, and looking at the different sort of architectural aspects that one would integrate in regards to learning itself. So the purpose of the study, the main research challenge that prompted this study was, is there a creative and adaptive approach to a more collaborative studio space so that the integration of the physical studio space and the virtual can work together to complement each other? The questions that I looked at was, firstly, what is the vital spatial typologies within the interior and architectural discipline? And what are their spatial considerations? The second is, to what extent can e-learning platforms be used in the interior and architectural design, and what design thinking process or processes influence the consideration of these platforms in the actual studio environment? And then lastly, how are the traditional categories of space becoming less meaningful and adaptable as activities blend? Bronze notes in his 2020 paper that there will always be a need for physical presence, for we are naturally social beings, but the future may see a collaboration of online versus physical when it comes to the campus learning itself. So research methodology and design. This was a qualitative research design that used participatory action research. Participatory action research is a repeated methodological process of planning, acting, observing, evaluating, and self-evaluation as critical reflection sort of prior to the next cycle itself. Then the method of sampling that I used was proposive sampling. This was done with students at a private institution that I lecture at as an interior designer, and it was also with lecturers themselves. So I was able to have interviews with 3 lecturers that are part of the private institution that I lecture at. They were chosen because they had lectured prior to COVID-19 as well as during COVID-19, and as well as being in a hybrid setting of lecturing. The students themselves that I was able to have focus groups with consisted of several second and third year students, interior design and architecturally related students. And what was great about that was it was students that had experienced the student life prior to COVID-19. So there was an idea of what student life was before the virtual setting of Microsoft Teams, for instance, which is the platform that was used for virtual settings during COVID-19. And then last but not least, I was able to have participatory observation that was chosen with sort of the two classes that I'm a lecturer for, that I lecture design for. So the research instruments, as I mentioned, were interviews, focus groups, participatory observation, and behavioral mapping. The behavioral mapping I will expand on a little bit on the next slide. And then the data analysis looked at space types and qualities of creative space, as well as Thoring's 49 languages of creative space. So this was sort of used as almost a filter when looking at the data as a whole. So this is just an example of how the research instrument for the behavioral mapping looked. So essentially, there was two sites that were utilized for this behavioral mapping. The first being the campus of this private institution. I was provided with a floor plan before the time, so it was easy for me to sort of navigate and actually monitor the behaviorals within the space and how people moved within a space and how the space affected the users themselves. Whereas the other site was that of a nomadic studio, so something a little bit more adaptive. So to give you an example, the students had a brief that they had to design a coffee shop, and from that I decided to have our design session in a coffee shop. So why not think about the design aspect being sort of immersive rather than sitting in a studio such as this and thinking about a coffee shop and thinking about what people want to design. So what I would do was use these mapping. I would go to the site beforehand, map out a floor plan so that it was easy for me to then monitor and to reflect on what was happening within the environment as it went on. Limitations, so limitations within the study. I was only allowed 1 month of behavioral mapping with the two groups that I had. This was the allowance from the private institution. I was not allowed to have interviews with my two built environment classes that I was conducting behavioral mapping on. And I was also not allowed to take photos of the actual setting themselves. So you will see how I navigated around this limitation. The data collection is based on the findings from one of the several campuses. So this private institution has 7. This was one that I obviously lecture at, and thus might not be a reflection on all of their campuses that they have. And then the use of technology in a face-to-face studio and online platform was obviously restricted to the platform that this institution used, which was namely Microsoft Teams. So the findings, there was 3 emerging themes. Each had several subheadings, and they are employed to structure the discussion of the findings. The data often developed further through interpretation and reflective reading, or reflexive reading. And you can see on the left-hand side, the main themes that emerged was typologies of creative space, online versus face-to-face. There was also environmental qualities. So the first one being typologies of creative space, I will get into what those are, but it was online. What was the experience online when designing, when creating as an interior design student? And what was that experience when we came back to the studio? How did it shift? How did it change? What were sort of the dynamics between that? And the subheadings, I will get into those further in the discussion. Environmental qualities are anything from lighting control, views to connection outside, whether it be to a passageway, thermal control. So the fact that we're sitting in this room now and you're not feeling too hot, too cold, how do the environments actually affect how you're thinking, how you feel, how you're able to design? And then spatial layout. So looking at things like furniture, plugs, writing surfaces, the fact that we have a screen behind us and you can see this from where you're seated. Then lastly, it was typologies of creative space in the face-to-face studio. So once we had come back, what are the things that we're looking for now as design students? So Thoring's Thoring has 5 types of creative spaces, and this is what I based my understanding of creative space on. Obviously, as an interior designer, I furthered this as the exploration went on and the investigation went on. But the first being personal space, which allows for sort of concentration. So that's you in your own space, being able to sort of design, think of your ideas. Then you get collaborative space. So in design, we have a lot of collaborative space where that can be either between lecturer and student, or students or groups themselves, where you talk about your ideas and you vocalize them and you collaborate, essentially. Thirdly, there's presentation space, exactly what I'm doing now, where students would stand in the front and present their work. And then there is making space. Making space is when you start designing, whether it be through model building, sketching, so bringing all of that collaboration through, putting it on paper, building a model, investigating. And then you have intermittent space. These are spaces that connect other spaces like passages, libraries, lounges, so spaces that are maybe not your formal learning spaces, essentially. So this is just a image of an actual presentation space that did take place. As I mentioned, I couldn't take photos of my students within the setting, so the silhouettes are illustrating them in a real-life setting. So there is an apparent absence of literature highlighting the relevance of educational technology and design discipline, particularly or rather participatory observation brought forth that there is sort of actually 2 types of presentation spaces. We saw previously they just mentioned presentation space as a whole, but in fact there is 2 types, and the first being student presentations. So the setting would be, as you see with the orange arrow, the student would come up in the front. They would have either a digital presentation, as you see in front, and then the students as the audience. What happened during these presentations is that, time out, oh goodness, okay. Oh, 1 minute. And then what we found with courseware presentation is that online, there was a shift from sort of a synchronous learning environment to asynchronous, where students were more, they relied more on the recording of their presentations opposed to being present within the presentations themselves. I'm just going to skip through. So environmental qualities was something that was brought through quite a bit, and within this setting of the private institution, the environmental qualities really affected the students' abilities to learn within those spaces. And it actually started forcing students out into these intermittent spaces where they had better views to connection, the thermal control was better, and these spaces actually became a sense of celebration and a sense of freedom when speaking to the students in focus groups. They felt that because there was a diversity of furniture types for them, there was more options, something they were familiar with seeing with online classes where you had your bed, your desk, your lounge, your dining table. So all of this became something that they were seeking for within the actual campus life itself. The nomadic studio was one of an immersive one, so you can see this is a setting within a coffee shop. And students actually appeared to have more empathy brought through in their designs because they were immersed within this environment, and it tended to actually make their design work. It showed a lot more empathy in their design, a lot more consideration for their final projects than had they not been in sort of these immersive settings. And just a summary. So with all of this, I was able to then adapt Thoring's 5 types, bringing into the fact that there were actually 2 there are actually 2 presentation spaces, and highlighting where these certain spaces are adaptable in online setting. So what we found overall that was for theory-based work, such as anything design-related that was theory, students could easily adapt to that on an online basis. But when it came to designing, the technology, so being online, actually held them back, and they felt that they couldn't express their designs. So being in a face-to-face setting was something that they felt was necessary and very important with the design process, opposed to keeping everything online. And just to conclude, this research confirms that the findings in the literature regarding the direct and indirect impact of interior design on the user in creative design studios. Several design criteria were discovered throughout the process, and in this research I came to understand and appreciate the importance of space and process enablers within design studios, and how sensory stimulus is a key driving force to environments. Thank you. Oh, it was so much longer, sorry.
Thank you so much, Gail. Do we have questions for Gail? Please, questions for interior designer? Yes.
Thanks very much for the presentation. I just wanted to ask, you mentioned some of the limitations that you come across. Those some of the limitations may somehow compromise your findings.
I think it would have been nice to have, I wouldn't say it necessarily compromised it, it definitely gave me a lot of insight. I think it would have been great to also look at another type of nomadic studio, just to sort of give to show that it doesn't just have to be in a coffee shop, for instance, that there are other environments that could be highlighted that could actually benefit students when it comes to looking at immersive environments when it comes to learning.
Okay, any other questions? So is it your work now, your job? Is it only on environmental for students, for learning environment, or for any other space? Say maybe I want to open maybe a coffee shop, for example, and I have a confined space. So would this model would it be?
I think a lot of this it's focused on sort of the pedagogical aspect, so education as a whole, and sort of the foundation, setting a foundation for education and how we learn. And I think that a lot of people could probably take, once they've graduated, if this is the way that we started learning from the beginning, if we were designers, being able to sit in the coffee shop and observe those environments as well in a workforce would help us answer and add a lot more sort of empathy to our designs.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gail.
Thank you.
Okay, round of applause for Gail. Okay, I will go straight to our next presenter, Matejo Nepa. Is she here? She's absent. I hope she's not in room 2 or room 3. Okay. Okay, I'll go on to the next person. Melanie? Is Melanie here? I just hope you're not in the wrong room. Melanie?
Can everybody hear me? Okay, I am Melanie Swanson. I am the head of the HIV unit in the Division of Student Affairs, and I'm also currently acting HOD for Campus Health. I'm a registered nurse of profession, and I have a master's degree, and I'm currently registered for my doctoral studies in higher education management at the Bath University in the UK. So my study is slightly bit out of my current scope or field. I'm doing a study on an investigation into health-related new product development successes at the University of Technology within South Africa. What I actually found was how I actually came with the problem is I found that I had a student that came with an invention and he needed some advice from us. So that made me quite interested in the inventions that the university has. So I found in the technology buzz that there's quite a lot of wonderful inventions, but the problem that I identified was a lot of those inventions are going unnoticed, and they're still seeking venture capitalists and spin-off companies or partners that would invest in those inventions. So the inventions respond to certain socio-economic needs, but the problem is those inventions actually don't get to the end users. So that actually created some curiosity in myself in terms of looking at what's actually the reason why these inventions are only in a book in the technology buzz, but nothing comes from it after a number of years already. So then what I wanted to investigate the actual products that have not been commercialized. And then my supervisor advised me, why don't you rather identify those products that have been commercialized already and then investigate the success factors that actually contributed to the commercialization of those products. So basically, yeah, so as I said, the rationale is a lack of venture capitalists to invest into new inventions and investment into existing or spin-off companies. And then also a general problem across all the institutions, even globally as well, is that there's a very high volume of publications, but a below expected rate of knowledge transfer of product of services. In other words, institutions have very, very huge volumes of publications, but very little information is being transferred from what you've actually invented. We don't find that those outcomes change into a service or a product. And that is a common problem across all the universities. I also found in literature that in the past, universities were very, very active in terms of commercializing product. And one of it is the seat belt. Seat belts were invented by universities. MRI scans were invented by universities and commercialized. But what this literature say is bulk of those inventions, that specific venture of universities transferring knowledge, sits now with the private sector, companies that actually make large amounts of money. So we publish, but we don't transfer knowledge sufficiently. So that's where my interest came in. So my study is basically looking at what is it that causes our products not to actually reach successes. Yeah, so the purpose of the study was to explore and describe an investigation into commercialization of new health-related inventions developed through a university technology. And the main objective was to actually investigate the role of critical success factors that contributed to the commercialization of new health-related inventions at the University of Technology within South Africa. The reason why I specifically targeted health-related is because I am a healthcare worker and I wanted to link it with my career as well, but also there's too many inventions. It would be, the pool would be way too big. So my focus was on health-related inventions. So the primary objectives of the study was to describe an investigation into commercialization of new health-related inventions and to explore the critical success factors that contributed to the commercialization of these products. My secondary objectives was to explore the main challenges encountered throughout the new product development and commercialization process, to describe how and to which extent customer feedback contributed towards the successes of new product development, and to explore the marketing strategy that was used. Okay, my research question: what were the critical success factors that played a role in the commercialization of health-related inventions? Sub-questions: what models and guidelines were consulted? How did customer feedback contribute to the development of the end product? What were the main challenges and how was it dealt with? And what marketing strategy was followed and how did it contribute to the successes? I use the CPUT's model of linked innovations because he specifically look at higher education institutions and commercialization. And that's the model of linked innovations. And then CPUT also looked at the stages of innovation in terms of you start with research where you discover information and then you do transformation, new ideas and inventions and having insight in the market. And then of course the point of commercialization where you actually start collaborating with industry. Okay, and then of course CPUT also said there's three key areas in this chain where you need to look at its research, transformation, commercialization, and basically just saying that how we can find out when these innovations have actually broken down is where you can, in the case of research, do we have way more publications than knowledge transfer, and that's how researchers can test as well. And of course, transformation is not knowing. You need to know your market, and there's no sense in coming up with inventions, but those inventions doesn't speak to the market and it doesn't respond to societal needs. And then, of course, commercialization stage is where they say, in some cases, researchers will collaborate with industry, not necessarily for products to be transferred to for knowledge to be transferred to product, but more to build their network base and to help and support them in their own projects. And of course, they also give us suggestions of how you can address that. So my research methodology, it had a strong phenomenological underpinning. Qualitative research approach was used to capture exploratory and descriptive data that explained and provided insight in the problem. The study setting was a University of Technology. The sampling was purposive. And I used transcripts were downloaded and a manual thematic analysis was done. These are my interview questions that I asked. I will just read 2 or 3 of those. One of the questions was, to which socioeconomic and health-related needs did this product respond to? What were the critical success factors that played a role in the new product development? And of course, we looked at challenges as well and the guidelines. And of course, customer feedback was also important. There you can see my manual thematic analysis. I actually, because my sample was not that big, I decided to take my transcript and I cut it in pieces and I just pasted on the doors and I created categories as well. It's a very old-fashioned way, but it actually worked for me. Yeah, there you go there. I organized my data into themes and I had quite a few key themes and I ended up with only 2 after I did my manual thematic analysis, and I came up with my 2 key themes were challenges, successes and challenges. And then of course under that I had my sub-themes as well. I basically use this idea where you have this top one shows data and then how you sort it into different colors, you arrange it, and then you present it visually and you explain it with a story there, and of course actionability, how you actually can use it. So that's basically the method that I used. Okay, and then I'm just going to share with you, these are the key success factors for both challenges and successes, the themes. It focused on new product development, partnerships, funding and support, marketing strategy, commercialization, researcher standpoint, and guidelines. So for purposes of time, I'm just going to limit, specifically focus on new product development. I also did a document review to determine what documents were actually consulted. And all my participants focused on the 4 documents. The one was a research and technology innovation blueprint that actually show you the key research focus areas. Strangely, what we found was there wasn't really focus on specific key focus areas. That was one of the outcomes. Researchers did some research in the areas that they were interested in, and not necessarily were all those research areas in the focus areas of the institution. Okay, and then of course there were three key policies that was involved as well, and that's the policy on intellectual property that provide the institutional, strategic, and operational outline in terms of protection, management, and commercialization of IP by students and staff. The procurement policy it also stood out quite a bit, and the policies basically, because when you do inventions you need to procure certain items and so on. Some of the items need to be tendered based on the amounts of the amounts that you're going to spend on that invention. So that was quite an important policy as well. And then of course the policy on commercialization of innovations and technology. This policy was approved in 2020, and that was it was after the fact. It's actually after the inventions were actually done through the Technology Transfer Office. But the policy on intellectual property does have a heading on commercialization. Okay, and then of course I'm going to share with you an example, new product development. Remember, the new product development is a sub-theme. Now under that sub-theme there were certain findings. For example, one of the findings based on what the participants told me, they said it's important to have specialized skill sets, to have product insight and aligning your product with consumer needs. Secondly, you must have insight in new product development itself, the problem that actually led to your invention, and you need to know your product. And product agility and market responsiveness, what they basically said is your product must almost like be adaptable. In other words, if you have a tablet, for instance, you must be able to say this tablet can be slightly adjusted for people, sports people, or for children, or so basically your product must be adjustable to meet multiple, in certain cases, multiple customers' needs. And then of course the market responsiveness is how the market respond to your invention. Aesthetics of the product was very important, where they actually said that your product, how your product appear, if it's a medical product and it looks extremely, it's something that the customer can use, but it looks extremely clinical, it will not really draw the interest of people. But once you make it a bit pleasing for the eye and easy to use, and in making it comfortable for the consumers, that is what will interest them. Having access to the product, making it for them comfortable. It must be comfortable to use, it must be accessible, and of course the appearance is also quite important. And then of course they also mentioned expertise and skill sets, infrastructure and tools. In other words, if you, for instance, develop a product that includes materials, textile, then it's important to actually know a little bit about the industry, and actually end up consulting. 1 minute. Okay, I'm almost done. Yeah, and then of course customer feedback, end user feedback is exceptionally important, because they will help you to further refine your product. And then of course some of the challenges, lack of having guidelines or checklists, functionality of the product, formulation of the product labeling and branding and packaging, manufacturing and product upscale, making product consumer friendly, new product development readiness and costing, product altered by, in some cases the licensees can alter your product without your knowledge, and that's important to know. Lack of support of expertise, knowledge and facilities, weakness in aesthetics, branding of the product, non-disclosure agreements, competitors, and the risk of product being duplicated. In other words, others, external people can actually duplicate your product. And yeah, that is basically where I am. I'm done with my proposal context. I'm busy with my literature review. Methodology is done. Results is done. Discussion is done. My chapter 7 is in progress. And yes, but I'm busy with corrections, so it's a painful journey at the moment. Very painful. Yeah, and actually the end of my intention is to develop a guideline called the New Product Development Commercialization Model, where hopefully master student can eventually test my guideline to see if it's effective or it's at least contributing to the university's technology transfer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Melanie. Questions for Melanie? Questions? Yeah. Just please wait because we are recording, so just wait for the mic to get to you.
Thank you for your interesting presentation. Just out of curiosity, I just wanted to ask, so what was the most common challenge in all the product developments that failed? What was the most common challenge that universities faced, rather?
The most common challenge that I found was that all the participants said there were not sufficient guidelines in terms of new product. They have their departmental standard operating procedures, but for instance, they said they had to search for any possible guidelines, local or international, and they would have liked to have a space at the university where they can access, in other words, if it's about bioprospecting, instead of running around and looking for information, to have one space on our website or wherever where they can actually find all that general information in terms of new product development, commercialization, industry linkages and all that. So they want something more convenient, and that for me was a common thread amongst all my participants, that there were no documented guidelines besides their own departmental guidelines.
Thank you very much.
I think there's another question.
Okay, thanks very much. It's quite very interesting presentation. And I agree with you. I also feel at some points that there are a lot of research happening, but at the end of the day, the knowledge is just end up in the library. So, but at the same time, I get the sense that your research is kind of having a mix of those that have been, like students have done a research on something, but it didn't manage to get in the industry for commercial. And there are those that probably have done and get in, and it failed to keep going. So I feel like there's a mix of the two in your research.
Yeah, no, in my study, all the products that because there were only 7 participants, very small sample, and the reason for that is because there's very few products that were health-related products that were commercialized. So in my case, all the products where I interviewed the participants, the products were commercialized or in the process of being commercialized. So none of them failed in the process. All of them actually have been commercialized. But it's because my main objective was not to look at those that failed, but more to look at those that actually successfully were commercialized or in the process of being commercialized, and to see what were the success factors that actually got them that far.
Okay, thanks. So you are looking at those factors that you can recommend to this one that are coming up, perhaps?
Yes, because if we look at, for instance, the success factors, then at least for those products that have not been commercialized and those that want to commercialize in the future, they can then actually look at what successes contributed to those products being commercialized, and how can we actually piggyback on those success factors.
Okay, thanks very much. I wish your next study will be also, say, those ones that haven't get in the industry yet, how can they bridge that gap?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you so much for such a necessary and interesting presentation. I would just like to ask, I'm guessing you will treat the challenge of the guidelines in the NPD commercialization. So this model, is it what you will come up with right after this study that you're doing now? Or you're still willing on doing some more studies or something?
No, I'm going to come up with a model or a guideline or framework, what we're going to call it. But in that framework will basically, it starts with the 7, what's important if a researcher wants to have in mind to develop a product and to commercialize the product. I would like them to look at the 1 page and see what are the key things for me to look at if I want to ensure that my product gets commercialized. And then, of course, the university has 6 key research focus areas. And those key research focus areas speak to the global global crises. It also speaks to our national health crises as well. So at least if you do that, and it speaks to socioeconomic needs. So if you do your research in those research focus areas, then at least you know you're actually researching in those specific important areas. And then of course you will then, the guidance will also show the documents that you need to consult, and also the key success factors, and maybe possibly the challenges as well. It will basically just help. And as I said, somebody else will need to do their masters to test my product.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Fantastic. Thanks, Melanie. Just a quick question. And it's one of the things I have an issue with is that universities produce great academics and researchers, and there's a dislocation between that and what happens commercially. And I think sometimes what happens is, and I just want your comment on this really, is that universities impose a lot of regulations and guidelines that actually inhibit that step from having a potential product or service and letting it go commercially. And just to give you one example, I have a colleague who's a vice chancellor at a European university, and they have absolutely no control over patents or anything. Their view is, if you go out and you make a lot of money, we expect you to come back at some stage and understand where you started, and you reinvest in the university. And he said that they've accrued much more money coming back into the institution because they're not stopped and impeded at the initial phase. Now, I think some of you may have come across this, and if there's anybody from the TTO here, I apologize, but it's just, so a comment from you, Melanie.
Yeah. Basically, that's a common problem, not just in South Africa, across, basically on my research, it's a general common problem. In our case is in South Africa, specifically in terms of health-related inventions. You know, our government has a procurement policy, and then, but bulk of the service provider sits in the Asia, UK, in the north, in Europe field, especially in terms of COVID-19. We had to procure things from afar, but when those service providers were unable to provide us with what we needed, masks and sanitizers and PPEs, our government was forced to look at the universities and ask for help. So one of the outcomes actually was where the participants said our government definitely need to look at their procurement policy to actually start investing. The reason why they don't invest locally is because they say we're more expensive. But we will be more expensive because we don't provide bulk of these items and so on. So one of the things definitely is the procurement policy of government, but also some of the participants also said the university must also look at their own procurement policy as well, because that also causes unnecessary delays. And something that they also said is that management need to be more, and there need to be a procurement person involved on a project team. In other words, if there's a big project happening, there should be somebody from procurement from the start to be aware this is the invention that the university has. There's going to be money that we will be spending, and they need to work and need to know. And there's many cases, there's timelines involved as well. So they need to be on board right from the start. Management need to be involved. They need to know. They must not only find out towards the end there's a product that we invented. They need to know from the start, we are now working on this product, because once you have their buy-in and you have procurement working with us, we can actually move faster through our processes. So there's definitely, and those are some of the challenges that the participants said, and that government and our universities need to look at, mainly the support from management. And of course, what we found was I had one student inventor and the rest were academics. And the student inventor was the one that was, he actually went through the whole chain of innovations from new product development. He worked with TTO up to the point where he did his own marketing, and he did his own feedback from patients, and he literally did everything. And that is the benefit of actually being involved everywhere. Academics are mostly involved in the product development itself and the research, and where it comes to the commercialization part, that's the area where academics are not, and they actually acknowledged that we're not business people, we're not in that field, but it's also a space that academics can tap into. Okay, thank you. I hope it helped a little bit and gave some insight in our issue. And I need a lot of prayer. I need a lot of prayer to finish. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Melanie. Yeah. We'll move on to the next presenter, Kamanti. Kamanti, you are presenting on robots, a potential oxidative stress modulator. Yeah. So we'll just press escape here. Show me the slides.
Good morning once again. Good morning, are we still awake? Thanks very much. Can you hear me? Okay. I'm actually glad that there was a previous presentation about the inventions and production and how we can put our product into the market, because this is one of the inventions that we are trying to come up with. My name is Oliver Kamati, and I'll be presenting on rooibos. We all know what is rooibos, and its potential on oxidative stress modulator and ergogenic aid. Just that its ability to enhance exercise performance and recoveries. Just on the research outline. First is on the research statement problem, the aims, and the methodology, the results, and the summary and the conclusion. This is basically just somehow one of the objective of my whole study, which is a PhD study. I'm just focusing on one of the objective of my study. On the research statement problem, we all know that exercise is something very beneficial. It's a well-known fact. However, under certain condition, exercise it demands a lot of oxygen intake. Hence, with a lot of oxygen intake, there's also a lot of reactive species that are being generated, which eventually result into what was already talked about here, which is known as oxidative stress, which is actually a condition of imbalance between body defense mechanism and the free radicals, which are toxic. During this exercise, when you develop this imbalance between the defense and the antioxidant, and I mean the toxic, it eventually results into oxidative stress and poor exercise performance, recovery, and also a lot of exercise-induced ailments. In the case of a sport or fitness community, in attempt to reduce or minimize this ailment, most of the fitness community people, they attempt to consume natural product, which serving as a preventive strategy due to their known antioxidant and potential ergogenic aid, just the ability to enhance performances and recovery. Furthermore, also there's a shift in the worldwide where the known synthetic drugs that are known that people have been using to avoid this kind of ailment during exercise. Most of these drugs are stimulant, they are expensive, and they have a lot of side effects. Therefore, because of this lot of unaffordability side effect, we realize that there's a need for new or safer, inexpensive alternative, which does supplement the current existing modus or approach or substitute the current existing one. The aim of our study is to assess the modulatory and ergogenic aid effect of the fermented rooibos beverage on exercise-induced antioxidant content,
antioxidant capacity and redox, muscle damage and fatigue, and exercise performance and recovery. And one of our objectives is to determine the antioxidant content of the volunteers, assess their redox status, assess their muscle damage fatigue biomarkers or your indicators, and also assess their overall exercise performance, recovery. And so the methodology that we use, this study was a clinical study which followed a single blinded randomized crossover placebo-controlled intervention trials. And we use an exercise regime which is known as a modified sub-maximum REM test, and it was followed by a 10 set of sprinting on a watt bike ergometer. And the whole study protocol, ethically-wise, it was approved by the Faculty of Health and Wellness Science Ethical Committee. And as I said already, that this was a blind, randomized study, a clinical trial, and our aim is to test the effectiveness of rooibos in protective effect of rooibos, but it's a trial, so we needed to have a placebo and the rooibos itself. But because we don't know, there's no known rooibos placebo, what we did is we take an oral sachet, which is a powder, and we weigh like 13.11 grams of peach oils. Then we dissolve it in still water in 375 ml. And that one was our placebo. And also we dissolve another one in the same volume, and we add 1.6 grams of rooibos, and that become our intervention beverage. Because when you are doing a blind study, you have to make sure that your whatever you are giving to your participant is at least tastes similar and the same flavor, and at least that's why we put in this opaque bottles where they can't see the difference between the two treatments. And furthermore, the method, we recruited about 54 potential participants. We screened them, and based on the study eligibility and the inclusion criteria, only about 40 of the adult male participants between the age of 18 to 50 years were included, and were invited for the study. So as I said, it was a crossover study. It involved two sessions. There's a session 1 and session 2. And during the first session, the participant came in the morning. Then we gave them either a rooibos or a placebo to drink. Then, but before we give them the beverage, we took the blood, the fasting blood, which we call it a 0-hour blood. Then after that, we give them the either rooibos or placebo to drink. Then after 90 minutes, we take another blood. Then they start exercising on the bike until they are exhausted. After exhausting, then we ask them again to do 10 sprints with a resting time of 15 seconds in between. So we took about 5 times blood. The blood was collected at 5 time points. The 0 hour, 90 minutes, immediately after exercise, 1 hour after exercise, and the 24 hour after 24 hours again for recovery. So this was done for the first session, and a participant was given a week period for a washout period just to avoid any sort of crossover. Then the participant was called to come back again and was taken through the same procedure again of our blood collection. So after that, now we have to do the analysis of our beverage, of our 2 beverage, as well as the phenolic content of the beverage, to really confirm that our placebo was a real placebo and our rooibos was a real beverage. It constitutes those are known rooibos phenolic content. So when we did the phenolic content, we used the HPLC analysis. You can see that the phenolic compound, they were only present in the rooibos beverage, but not in the placebo beverage. You only have the zeros. And while the antioxidant capacity for the beverage, we analyzed the TPC, which is total polyphenolic content, Also, we analyze FREP, which is actually basically the assay that we use to assess the antioxidant capacity of a beverage or any product. It's the same as with tick. With this kind of analysis, when analyzing the antioxidant, it's normally recommended we do a lot of assays, although we are more or less investigating one thing, but we just want to confirm the validity of your analysis. Hence, we use the different kind of assays to test the antioxidants. On the antioxidant content in the blood, because we have taken blood and now we have to analyze the participant blood. So when the participant did a sprint, we divide them into. We end up realizing that we have two groups of participants. There were those ones that were able to sprint much longer than the others. Those were because our maximum sprint was supposed to be 10. So what we end up, we divide the participant in two groups. Those who were sprinting more than 5 sprint, we categorize them as a high sprint performer, and those who were sprint less than 5 sprint, we put them in a group as a average sprint performer. Then we analyze again the antioxidant capacity of this participant, and we can see that for the tick, the average sprinter, the rooibos consumption, it increased their antioxidant content in terms of tick with about 3% increase, which was a significant increase. And also, while on the highest performance sprinter, it increased their GSH, which is glutathione, and antioxidant cellular redox method, antioxidant that's just a cellular antioxidants that help to deal with the alleviation and mitigation of the oxidative stress effect. So basically what we end up seeing is that when we analyze their blood, the rooibos was able to increase the tick as well as the glutathione on the both group, which is an indication that rooibos managed to improve the antioxidant capacity and the blood redox of the participant. When we did the muscles damage biomarkers, we focus mainly on the creatinine and the lactate. Creatinine is a muscles damage. It's one of the enzymes that release in the process of muscles damage. You know, when you're exercising, there's a high possibility of bringing some friction during the contraction and relaxation of the muscles to have some muscles damage. So what we realized that when both groups consume rooibos, their CK, which is creatine kinase, was significantly reduced compared to when they drink placebo, which is now this gives us an indication that a consumption of rooibos was able to suppress exercise-induced muscles. And when we analyze the exercise performance markers, we look at time, we look at the distance, we look at the heart rate, we also look at the force that we're able to exhibit, and also look at the power. So at the end of the day, our analysis, we found out that for both groups, participants exercise a longer time, as indicated in figure 4A. They cover the greater distance, as indicated in figure 4C, and also they exhibit more force as well as power. And in terms of cardiorespiratory performance, the heart rate, they were very similar results for both high performance and the average performance group, which is just an indication that somehow these people, both group rooibos, even though at the end of the day the highest performance sprinter they perform much longer compared to average sprinter, the rooibos was able to optimize their metabolic actions, which help much to improve their exercise performances. And just a summary, they say overall we have seen a significant reduction in muscle damage and the fatigue indicators, and also increase in the reduced glutathione levels, which is an overall improvement of redox status, as well as when rooibos was consumed. While in the exercise performance parameters, the there was a significant increase in heart rate in a high performance group when the rooibos was consumed. And also the cardiorespiratory performances and heart related value are also very similar, which is an overall indication that the rooibos consumption, it efficiently optimized the metabolic process that supported the aerobic metabolism during the sub-maximum lab test of this study. And in the conclusion, study findings support the known bioactive property of anti-fatigue, antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, and cardioprotective of the rooibos. And rooibos herbal tea or rooibos product may be beneficial or can be affordable dietary option for sport or fitness community to alleviate most of the exercise-induced oxidative stress. Or, however, it still remains unknown the possible mechanism that possibly underscore this positive outcome. Example, how the metabolic process have influenced the aerobic, been influenced after the rooibos consumption. So that's our process, and these are my references. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Kamanti, for the nice presentation. Do we have questions for Kamanti? Okay, did you use rooibos only?
Yes, yes, I only use rooibos.
But if you go to your method, I saw that you use rooibos and
the placebo.
Yeah, the placebo.
Yes. Placebo is basically it's just a same beverage, but there was no rooibos in it. It's basically just water, and we just dissolve the oils. The aim was just to brand the participants so that at the end of the day, because you tell them that this is what your research all about, and your aim is to find out the effect of rooibos and all that. So if the participants know that now I'm drinking rooibos, and they know that the aim is to research on rooibos, it might work on their mind, and they might probably they know that because I drink rooibos, then they will try to push themselves and all that. So now we just try to brand them so that when you give them whatever beverage you give, they don't know which one beverage you give them. Okay. Yes.
Okay, if we go to your method for your placebo and the rooibos, where you measure your grams, your methods. Yes. We can say the placebo is 13.11 grams.
Yes, of peach.
Of peach.
Yes.
Then the same number of same amount plus.
Yes, plus rooibos.
1.6.
Yes.
Yeah, but does it measure up because the placebo and the rooibos is higher than the placebo itself? Did you consider that? That is 13.11 plus 1.6. Yeah, that amount is far bigger than the placebo.
Because the placebo is like, instead of just giving you are branding the participant, and you want your placebo and your intervention beverage to have the same flavor and the same taste, to say. So now you give, in the placebo, you only give them the oros, while in the rooibos, you have the same flavor. You have to keep the same flavor, and you add now your rooibos. Yes.
Okay, just to keep the flavor.
Just to keep the flavor, so that when they are tasting all the beverage throughout, they taste similar.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you, Kamati, for the interesting presentation. I just wanted to ask, so I see your rooibos, you use 1.6 grams. Is there a certain reason why you used 1.6? Is it like the recommended amount, or why did you get to 1.6?
Yes, thanks very much for the question. Yes, in 2011, there was a study that was done also at our research center, and it was recommended that it used 6 cups of rooibos tea. It's recommendation that it's recommendable that people drink 6 cups of rooibos tea, which is equivalent to 330 milligram of total polyphenol. And when we did the analysis, that was now 1.6 gram of rooibos. It was now equivalent to that to those total polyphenol content index of 6 cups. Hence, we use that 1.6 gram.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that.
Yes. Please wait for the mic to come.
Thank you for the presentation. My question is on your extraction. I see you were using tea. Do you think maybe using a different extraction method, like maybe a tincture or something else, will have the same outcome on the question?
Extraction. I don't understand what you mean extraction.
Can you come again? Is it the solvent extract?
The solvent
What you use in extract, is it water or ethanol or methanol or is it
okay.
or the machine or what are you talking about?
No, but in this research it was the tea that was used.
Yes.
So it's boiled water. So my question, if you use some other form of herbal extraction, let's say a tincture uses alcohol, but there are other extractions as well. My question is, will that have the same, do you think that will have the same outcome in terms of improvement of the antioxidant effect on the?
Okay, I think I got your question. It depends on the content of that herbal or product that you're working. Because what makes rooibos is because of its phenolic content. So that other product or maybe ginger or other, it might not have those polyphenolic content like what rooibos have. Because at the end of the day, what improved the it's phenolic content that's able to modulate most of these markers that we have tested. I don't know if I get your question and answer it, but if I get it, that's how I think I should answer.
Other solvents, different solvents may produce different polyphenols. But remember, we are dealing on water extract for the patient, not hexane or methanol. Yeah, so it might be different.
Okay, thank you.
Water extract. Okay, thank you, Kamati.
Thank you, Kamati, for such a good presentation. I just want to ask, you speak of exercise and then it causes oxidative stress. Am I right?
Yes.
So, but we also speak of exercise as a good way of improving health. So do you think there's a balance that needs to be there? Or do you think there needs to be a supplementation with exercise?
Okay, thanks very much for the question. As long as exercise is a good thing, too much of something can be bad at the same time. So when you are exercising, extreme exercising, it demands a lot of oxygen intake. And the more oxygen you are taking, the more free radicals will be produced in between. And the more free radicals are being produced, the more they are accumulating in the system. And as they are accumulating in the system, they end up again now damaging all these macromolecules, DNA, protein, and also at the end of the day also affect the muscles contraction at the same time as they're accumulating, and that's eventually just the performance. Hence, you need to supplement so that as well now we are taking in this too much of oxygen, these free radicals that are being produced in between, they are also somehow being mopped out so that they will not eventually accumulate in the system. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kamati. Okay. Thank you so much. Can we give a round of applause to Kamati? Okay. It's time now for our tea break. We should be back here just before 11:30. Thank you so much.
So I must put up the presentation.
Please, can we settle down for the next session? Yeah, they are coming. Okay, thank you. Let's welcome our next presenter, Shana De Brown, presenting on modulation of inflammation in intestinal cells utilizing aqueous rooibos extract, an assessment of the effect of rooibos polyphenols in gut health. Let's welcome Shana. So you see this thing here, this radio pointer.
Good afternoon, everybody. So my name is Shana De Bruin, and I'll be presenting a portion of my PhD project, which is the modulation of inflammation in intestinal cells by an aqueous rooibos extract. And it's just an assessment of the effects of rooibos polyphenols on gut health. So basically, our project overview touches mainly on gut health, and we pay a lot of attention to the intestinal epithelial cells. So we focus specifically on the essential function of the intestinal cells, as well as the barrier and the barrier integrity thereof. So a lot of our focus is also put on the absorption at the intestinal epithelial cell level, and this is and we specifically focus on the absorption of polyphenols. So what we notice in our problem and our problem statements is that any disruption to the intestinal barrier is associated with the development of inflammation or may induce inflammation. So inflammation in the gut can lead to increased permeability, and this means that your gut is no longer as intact and strong as it should be, which means you have the movement of unwanted components across the barrier integrity. So we all know that polyphenols is a bioactive component which we find in many teas, in our vegetables, and things like that. And so what happens is polyphenols are known to have very good medicinal benefits or have very good properties. However, at the intestinal epithelial level, they are very poorly absorbed. So even if they have these very good health benefits, it's very limited if the body cannot absorb it. So the rationale behind our project was we know that rooibos is a very good product that has very good medicinal properties, specifically focusing on the anti-inflammatory property of rooibos, and it also contains a large number of unique polyphenols, specifically aspalathin and notophagan. So the main aim of our project is to investigate the anti-inflammatory effects of an unfermented and a fermented rooibos extract on the intestinal epithelial cells, the function as well as the barrier. So additionally, our study wants to investigate a rooibos polyphenol complex to increase the bioavailability in the gut so that there can be better absorption. So basically, my preparation and methodology that I followed was to make the extract, and in our case now, we are only speaking about an aqueous extract where we steep the plant in water. We had multiple filtration and then also freeze-dried the extract to keep it prior to experimentation. We then did we then did extract characterization, which was the quantification of individual flavin or monomeric flavonoids within our extracts, both extracts, as well as various different antioxidant tests, which I will not be showing in this due to some time constraints. We then also included a drug, a known drug on the market, which is dexamethasone, as a comparative drug in our study to see how our extracts compare to a known drug on the market. So we used cell viability, apoptosis, and inflammatory testing, and we came to a selected concentration of 0.15625 millimolar, which was our optimal concentration that we chose for dexamethasone in our further experimentation. We then also made a pre- and post-exposure inflammatory model where we did our various different cell biology endpoints. So just to further explain to you guys what our pre- and post-exposure model includes. So in the pre-exposure model, it's basically the model that demonstrates the protective effects of the rooibos extract. So this is where we exposed ourselves to the tea first, and then we placed a stressor known as LPS, which is the lipopolysaccharide. So this was basically our stimulant in our experiment, and this actually induces inflammation within the cells. So in the pre-exposure model, we first treated with a T, then exposed with LPS. In the post-exposure model, this basically demonstrates the therapeutic effects of the T, where we first exposed the cells to LPS inducing inflammation, then treated the cells with an extract to see what the therapeutic effects were. So the difference between the two is just we seeded right across exactly the same for 24 hours to allow for adequate attachment. And then in our pre-exposure model, we also have two different conditions. It's without LPS and with LPS to have a negative control in our experiment. In the pre-exposure model, we seeded the cells, exposed to our selected T concentrations, gave 10 micrograms per mole of LPS, and then did the various tests. Whereas in the post-exposure model, we seeded, first gave 10 micrograms per mole of LPS, then treated with the different T extracts and did the various different biological indices. So when looking at our results, what we found is we had a fermented and an unfermented extract. What we saw in the fermented extract, so the difference between the two is just how the tea is processed, basically. So in the fermented extract, we noticed that the flavonoids of the tea, so these are the different contents within the tea, they are very equally distributed when the tea is fermented. When the tea is unfermented, we noticed that aspartame, which I highlighted in red, actually the concentration seemed to be much higher when the tea was not fermented. So that's what we noticed in our extract when we did characterization. Then when we looked at cell viability, we looked at a pre-exposure and post-exposure model. So once again, pre-exposure just explains the protective effects, post-exposure, the therapeutic effects. What we noticed in cell viability is that for both unfermented and fermented, the cell viability remained above 80%, and this means in both minus and plus LPS. So this means that our T concentrations, our LPS concentration, and dexamethasone concentration had no cytotoxic effect on the cells. And in our case, we are using an intestinal porcine epithelial cell line. In the post-exposure model, which is the therapeutic model, we did see a slight decrease at 0.1 milligrams per mole, but this still remained above 50% of the cell viability, and therefore we still noticed that none of our extracts or selected concentrations had cytotoxic effects on the cells. When we looked at apoptosis, so we used the caspase-3 assay, so we were just looking at the cell death and the programmed cell death of the cells, we noticed that our pre-exposure model, our unfermented T at 0.1 and 0.05 showed an anti-apoptotic effect. This means that it actually reduced the caspase activity within the cells and reduced how many cells were going into apoptosis, therefore cell death. We also saw in our fermented extract that we had a slight increase at the 0.1 concentration of the fermented extract. When we look at our post-exposure model, we saw that at the 0.1 and 0.05 of the unfermented extract, there was also a slight increase, especially once the cells were inflamed. This is the plus or positive LPS. We then also saw the same results with our fermented extract. I just reiterated with an asterisk that you can notice that at the 0.1 concentration of the fermented extract in both pre and post, we had a slight increase in apoptosis. When we looked at the inflammation of our cells, we saw that at 0.1 and 0.05 in a pre-exposure model, that our extracts at 0.1 and 0.5 were actually showing us anti-inflammatory effects. We saw at the fermented extract, at 0.5, we saw that they were showing anti-inflammatory effects in the fermented extract. Okay? Then when we looked at the post-exposure model, you can actually see at 0.1 and 0.05 that our Ts at the selected concentrations were significantly decreasing IL-8 at both concentrations in comparison to the control, as well as performing better than dexamethasone. If you look at this here compared to this, meaning our extracts were performing better than dexamethasone, which is a known selected drug on the market. When we looked at the fermented extract, we noticed that at 0.1 and 0.05, we were also seeing a significant decrease in the IL-8 concentration, but once again, it was performing better at 0.05. So our main findings of this project was, number one, when processing the tea between fermented and unfermented, you could see that the flavonoid contents would change in the unfermented and fermented, and aspartame concentration is much higher in an unfermented extract. We noticed that both unfermented and fermented tea does possess anti-inflammatory properties. When comparing our extracts, we noticed that when comparing our extracts and dexamethasone, we noticed that our unfermented extract performed or was more effective in reducing IL-8, meaning it had an anti-inflammatory property, better than that of dexamethasone. We also noticed that at 0.1, unfermented seemed to be more effective in reducing inflammation, whereas at 0.5, the fermented extract seemed to be better at reducing IL-8, meaning more inflammatory. Our most important finding that we found in this project was that our teas seemed to be better as a therapeutic effect rather than a protective. They were reducing or showing anti-inflammatory properties as a protective option, but it was more significantly seen as a therapeutic effect as seen in the post-exposure model if you compare the two on top and at the bottom. And then lastly, it must be noted that when dealing with this different extracts, that concentration is extremely important, because if we selected a concentration too high, we would see cytotoxic effects. If we selected a concentration too low, we might have not seen any beneficial effects. As you can see with number 4, that our different extracts were working at different concentrations. So our future work and intent is to also have an ethanol extract and compare it to an aqueous extract to see if there would be a difference in how ethanol versus aqueous extracts work. We will also be doing qPCR and gene expression to collaborate those or correspond those results with our IL-8. We will also be doing tight junction protein expression and tier analysis to observe the barrier integrity of our extract. And we are currently in the process of developing a nano system for drug delivery system, which will help to increase the bioavailability of the polyphenols so that we can help with absorption. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Shana, for the wonderful presentation. Please, questions? Yes. Please, just wait a little bit.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. Just one question. You've identified that in your flavonoids between the fermented and the unfermented, the aspartame was higher in the unfermented. What is the implications or the benefits of this going forward?
Okay. So what we have noticed when doing the work, obviously with both in the process of ethanol as well, we noticed that when we looked at the characterization and aspartame was higher, when exposing the cells, as you can see, the unfermented extract seemed to be performing a little bit better than the fermented. But this, we cannot directly say that this is due to the increased aspartame because we are using the crude extract. We're not isolating aspartame right now. But I mean, that is the difference we can see in the extract, and that is what we're seeing on the cells when we apply it. So in our case, we see that the unfermented is working better both in an aqueous and in further work that we are still currently doing. We just cannot directly say that it is linked to the aspartame, but it is a unique polyphenol in that extract.
So it's a combination of polyphenols that is performing the activity on the cells.
So yes, because we didn't isolate any polyphenols, if in literature there is a belief that the polyphenols are working synergistically with one another to perform that mechanism. In order to know if it's aspartame alone, we'd have to isolate aspartame and then test it on our various different cells, which we haven't done yet. But it could be future work.
Okay, thanks very much. It's for a good presentation. You actually answered one of my questions toward your last, which was about what's the possible way we can increase the absorption, the bioavailability. But I just wanted to ask, does perhaps the absorption of the polyphenols in the gut, does it depend perhaps on the inflammation status of the gut?
So no, it's not dependent on the inflammation per se. So the thing is with polyphenols, they are obviously bioactive products which come from the outside. And in our case, especially in humans, what I've read in literature is our body doesn't have that specific enzyme or enough of an enzyme to help with breakdown so that we can get that absorption in the gut. So in our case, we want to not as much work on the enzyme, but basically in that nanoparticle that I'm trying to explain is we want to create a nanoparticle which is number one, favorable in the body first of all, and then deliver that straight to the gut, where we would have a concentrated amount of polyphenols of rooibos inside that polyphenol and then deliver it to the gut where there would be more for absorption. Because right now the gut, there will be a lot, but the gut is expelling half of it. It's not taking up most of it. So no, it wouldn't be based on the inflammation. It's just based on the amount that is available. We're only testing the inflammation because we want to keep the gut intact and to see what the effects of rooibos would be on the gut.
So this is really cool because I used rooibos in a high altitude expedition to see if it reduced high altitude sickness. And one of the main drugs you carry up on a mountain, if you go above 5,000 meters, is dexamethasone. Because if you get a cerebral edema, it'll kill you, okay? And so what you do is you take a packet of and you just take as much as you can and get down as quickly as you can, and it will save your life. But what's really interesting is dexamethasone is a pharmaceutical drug. And you're suggesting that this intervention as a prophylaxis. So Melanie, where are you?
Where's Melanie?
I mean, it's got huge commercial potential because people go skiing and so really interesting. Cool.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Prof. A round of applause for Shena again. Okay, quickly, our next presenter is Adams Lehen. Is he here? Okay. Adams is absent. Next person will be Anave. Anave Africa.
Good morning. My name is Anave Africa. I'm currently registered for a master's in science in biomedical technology, and I am under the supervision of Professor Janine Marnowick, Dr. Taskeen Dokrat, and Dr. Naeem Abdul. My project is titled The Evaluation of Different Solvent Extracts Prepared from Cannabis sativa as Antioxidants in HepG2 cells under glucose-induced oxidative stress conditions. So hyperglycemia can be defined as high blood glucose present in the blood, high blood glucose levels in the blood. And this can lead to an increase in the production of reactive oxygen species, which is also known as like free radicals. This leads to an increase in oxidative stress. And oxidative stress is known to cause damage in tissues, which can lead to the onset and the progression of health complications associated with hyperglycemia, such as diabetes mellitus, and these cases are becoming increasingly prevalent when looking at the health complications associated with hyperglycemia, not only in South Africa, but globally as well, and these cases continue to rise. Due to the increase of these cases, it is imperative that we find new and natural therapeutic interventions that can be sourced from medicinal plants and their derivatives, since it is known that medicinal plants contain a high polyphenol content, and therefore they possess great antioxidant potential, which is what we need. Cannabis sativa is a source of phytocannabinoids, and that will be focused on in the study, since phytocannabinoids is a source of antioxidants and can therefore be used to combat the effects of oxidative stress. That is why, again, it is important to develop new and current treatments to combat glucose-induced toxicity and oxidative stress-associated complications. So it is hypothesized that cannabinoids as a source of antioxidants will reduce oxidative stress caused by hyperglycemia in a HepG2 liver-derived cell line. This study is making use of a glucotoxicity model, which has been used before in previous studies. That is why it's being used. And it looks at the human liver cell line namely HepG2 cells, in order to study the effects of oxidative stress, high glucose levels, against HepG2 cells, since we know that oxidative stress damages hepatocytes. In a previous study conducted by Al-Nahdi et al. 2019, it was concluded that in the presence of high glucose levels, HepG2 cells underwent severe metabolic and oxidative stress. This led to an increase in the production of reactive oxygen species, and it damaged the structures of the lipids, proteins, and DNA. Also increasing apoptosis, which is programmed cell death. Even though despite the literature that's currently available, there is a great need for further studies to investigate the mechanisms involved in hyperglycemia. So as mentioned, oxidative stress triggers apoptosis, in other words, cell death, programmed cell death, which is caused by the production of excess ROS. Cas bases play a key role in cell death mediated by apoptosis, since they maintain homeostasis through cell death and even inflammation. And Cas bases can be defined as cysteine-dependent aspartate-directed protease. They also have the ability to inhibit DNase, which is responsible for the fragmentation, basically the breaking down of nuclear DNA. The Cas bases that will be focused on in this study are Cas bases 8 and 9, which initiates the process of cell death, and Cas bases 3 and 7, known as the effector Cas bases. So since cannabis sativa is rich in phytocannabinoids, this means they are rich in antioxidants, and this is why for generations this plant has been used in traditional medicine as well, in the treatment of epilepsy, pain, anxiety, depression, sleep disorders, and even nausea, such as in HIV patients and cancer patients that are undergoing chemotherapy, since it is known that chemotherapy can also cause nausea in patients. The two phytochemicals that have been isolated from cannabis sativa that are well studied and investigated are tetrahydrocannabinol, THC, and cannabidiol, CBD. So THC is known to have psychoactive effects, meaning they can cause hallucinations, drowsiness, confusion, and CBD does not have these same effects. So minimal research on the effects of cannabis sativa extracts against oxidative stress is currently available. This is why this study will focus on a medical strain of cannabis sativa that has been engineered to have a low THC content. My research questions include: what are the most common phytocannabinoids present in the cannabis sativa plant extracts, and do they display antioxidant activity? Does cannabis sativa plant extracts display any cytotoxicity against HepG2 cells? And what are the possible mechanisms involved in the bioactivity of these cannabis sativa compounds? But my main aim of this project is to establish the protective role of cannabis sativa solvent extracts against high glucose-induced oxidative stress in a liver-derived cell line. The methods that I have currently completed is to prepare my acetone, ethanol, and aqueous extracts so that antioxidant capacity screening can take place using the total phenolic content, Tralox equivalent antioxidant capacity, and ferric reducing antioxidant potential, and DPPH assays. Thereafter, the HepG2 cells were cultured in RPMI media for 24 hours and then treated subsequently with normal glycemic media with a concentration of 5.5 millimolar and hyperglycemic media with a concentration of 25 millimolar. Thereafter, then the MTT assay was carried out to assess the cell viability to determine whether at which concentrations the extract may be toxic to the cells. And the ATP assay will still be conducted to further assess the cell viability. To measure the oxidative stress biomarkers, the lipid peroxidation, the GSH, and protein carbonyl assay will be conducted. And then lastly, to the LDH and the measurement of the Cas-based activity will be carried out as well. So for the TPC content assay, which evaluates the total polyphenol content, the results indicate that for this assay, ethanol showed to have a higher antioxidant capacity when compared to the other two extracts. The same trend in terms of the dose-dependent interaction between the concentration of the extracts and the antioxidant capacity can be seen in the FRAP assay as well. And then the same for the TEAG assay and the DPPH assay. So the four above assays involved the different reaction mechanisms, which validates the antioxidant potential of the extract. The results also indicate a dose-dependent increase in antioxidant capacity of all extracts, and cannabis sativa extracts possess reducing power and free radical scavenging ability, which is characteristic for antioxidants. So using the MTT assay to assess the cell viability, IC50s were determined for each extract, which is the concentration of the extract at which the 50% of the cells are killed. And for acetone, an IC50 of 30 micrograms per mole was determined. For ethanol, 26 micrograms per mole, and for aqueous, 286 micrograms per mole. So the treatment with the extracts in the normal glycemic and hyperglycemic supplemented media was shown to decrease cell viability at the lower to higher concentrations of the extracts, while high levels of toxicity, as evidenced by the decreased cell viability, was at higher concentrations. In conclusion, a dose-dependent relationship was observed in the TPC and antioxidant capacity data. The half maximum inhibitory concentration, which is the IC50, was determined for each extract and will be used for subsequent assays. And we hypothesize that cannabis sativa extracts will exhibit antagonistic effects against glucose-induced oxidative stress. And finally, further analysis will be conducted to determine the modulatory effects of cannabis sativa. I would like to thank the Cape Peninsula University of Technology for allowing me the opportunity to showcase my work here today at the CPUT Postgraduate Conference, as well as the Applied Microbial and Health Biotechnology Institute for allowing me to conduct my research using the facilities, and my supervisors as well for the assistance and guidance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anave, for the nice presentation. Questions for her? Okay, I saw that you analyzed the polyphenols. Yes. Yeah, the content, the amount. Yeah, did you analyze for the names, for the various names of the polyphenols?
Not yet, but I hope to characterize them.
I wanted to see, okay, in ethanol, in water, in what of the solvent again? I wanted to see which of one contains the high amount of CBD. Yeah,
Yes. That will still be conducted.
Yeah, please do that. That would be very good. Please, there's a hand that is being raised.
Hi. I just want to find out, so the leaves of the plants, what do they have? Do they have CBD or THC?
They have a high content of CBD, so they may have THC, but the content is very low. It's been engineered like that, so that if it's used in future clinical trials and things like that, it won't cause psychoactive effects in the patients or the people that will be using the drugs that will come from it.
So if one were to boil those leaves, what will be the dosage? How would one measure how many leaves to use and the amount of water maybe?
So I will still have to look into that, but I mainly use the flour, and then I ground that up, and I would, for the aqueous, I actually used boiling water, and I let it seep. I let it seep for, I think it was 15 minutes. Yes, so.
What was the concentration of the water, the water extract you used?
So I used 4 grams per
4 grams.
per 250 mils, which is a cup basically.
Yeah,
But I upscaled that to a liter. So.
Okay, so 4 grams. Okay, thank you so much. Any other questions for Annabelle? Okay, thank you so much, Annabelle. Okay, quickly, our next presenter will be Lykenso Shupin. I hope I present this. Okay.
So which one is the point?
The one with this one, just escape this.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dikenso Shuping. I'm from the Department of Environmental and Occupational Studies. This is a study from a PhD qualification. My supervisors are Prof. Human, co-supervisors Prof. Lewis and Dr. Paulson. So the presentation is about the chapter, the title being The Prevalence of Bacteria Commonly Related to the Production of Mussels and Oysters in Saldanha Bay. So just to give you a bit of an idea of how mussel farming occurs. So the, oopsie, the pointer. I was using the pointer, not using, okay. So there you have your oysters and mussels. At the bottom here, these are rafts. They are floating structures where now the ropes where the mussels are attached to are suspended from those rafts. And then you have cages that oysters are grown into. So this is example of the mussels that have grown from the rope. So that was lifted for us to take samples from. And then this is the content from the cage that's just been emptied, and that's the final product after it has been washed. Okay. So shellfish farming is becoming an important sector in South Africa because it creates much needed job opportunities, especially in the coastal communities. So the sustainability and safety of these shellfish growing areas are very important in terms of protection from contaminants and preventing contaminants from reaching the bivalves that are being produced. So by contaminants here, I'm referring to raw sewage or treated sewage, or effluent that's coming from industries around the Saldanha Bay. Raw sewage or treated one, it could be loaded, or it may be loaded with bacteria and viruses. The industrial effluent might be loaded with chemicals, organic chemicals, heavy metals, and so on. And then also the stormwater drains, so they are also discharged into the bay, and we know that the stormwater does not undergo any form of treatment, so straight from there into the ocean. Bivalve mollusks play an important ecological function in aquatic ecosystems, as well as being highly nutritious, so they can be found at the bottom of the seas, attached to hard surfaces or attached to one another. So their filter feeding nature assists in purifying the surrounding waters where they are found and increases the penetration of sunlight. Furthermore, they provide micronutrients to other marine organisms that are found where they are, increasing primary production, nutrients recycling, coastal habitat conservation, and restoration. So these characteristics that they possess and their ability to bioaccumulate materials in their soft tissues, they make them suitable aquatic species for biomonitoring of environmental conditions. So when they bioaccumulate, so they bioaccumulate suspended materials and bioconcentrate those suspended materials. So they do not, they are not selective, whether it's materials that are harmful to them or whether it's materials that are beneficial to them. All of them get bioaccumulated and bioconcentrated in their bodies. So besides being highly nutritious compared to beef, chicken, and pork, they are highly perishable products and they require proper handling from farm to fork. So during harvest, strict hygiene practices are required, as well as systems such as HACCP system will be beneficial to the farmers. Failure to adhere to food safety best practices could lead to an increased risk of illnesses from pathogens including bacteria, viruses, and protozoa. So the aquatic environments are home to various microbiota. Some of them are indigenous, some are introduced through anthropogenic activities that are happening around this environment. So the presence of pathogens in these aquatic ecosystems is a risk to shellfish production industry and also poses a public health threat. So several studies, several foodborne outbreaks have been reported globally due to the consumption of contaminated shellfish. Several studies as well have been conducted worldwide to determine the bacterial prevalence in shellfish growing areas. But to date, similar studies have not been conducted, or to my knowledge, have not been conducted in Saldanha Bay, except for the microbiological monitoring that is done by the Department of Forestry, Fishery, and Environment. So they only test for E. coli. So E. coli, it indicates the presence of fecal contamination. So this then created a need to investigate the bacterial communities, especially the disease-causing ones that may be present in this bay. So the study investigated pathogens commonly associated with shellfish-related foodborne disease outbreaks, such as Salmonella, Vibrio parahemolyticus, Vibrio falciparum, Vibrio cholera, and also the prevalence of E. coli as an indicator species. So this is a map that's showing the Saldanha Bay Harbor. We have a small bay there. I have 3 sampling sites from small bay. So the position of that, it's well protected from the ocean currents. There is a waste treatment plant there, and then the outfall of that, it's around there, of the waste treatment plant. So during winter, this is where now there is overflow of sewage. So the treatment capacity becomes affected because of now the heavy rainfall that affects the treatment. Then you have the iron ore jetty there that divides small bay and big bay. So that is for the export of iron ore. Then you have Big Bay. Big Bay is current. I have 1 sampling point there. Then there is the Outer Bay, 1 sampling point, which is in close proximity to the mouth of the ocean. So the Outer Bay is regarded as less polluted site compared to Small Bay and Big Bay. So a total of 27 shellfish and water samples were collected from various sampling sites at sea, and that included mussels, oysters, and seawater samples. So the samples were collected in March, which represented summer periods, and July, which represented winter, August, that was for after heavy rainfall. And then the methods that were used to analyze the samples were most probable number for the enumeration of E. coli, and conventional culture methods for the detection and isolation of Salmonella and Vibrio species. So immediately after collecting samples, MPN analysis was done. So the first step is to inoculate. Okay, so the samples are homogenized and then inoculated into the LTB broth. Serial dilutions are performed, and then they're incubated for 48 hours. So after 48 hours, we are looking for gas production. So the tubes that are showing gas production, that's will go for the next step, which is now the re-inoculation into the BG Brilliant Green bile broth and tryptone water. So again, after that, they incubated for 24 hours. And then after that 24 hours, we look also for the gas production that will indicate the presence of fecal coliforms. So if there are tubes that are showing that, then the corresponding tubes of the tryptone water will then be added with airlick reagent will be added to those tubes, and if there is any color change, that will indicate the presence of E. coli. So that's how the E. coli analysis is done. So this is just the examples of presumptive results for Salmonella and Vibrio species from the culture methods that were performed. The results with enumeration of E. coli, the levels were below the permissible limits, which are 230 mpn per 100 grams of flesh. Salmonella and Vibrio species were not detected as well. Then from there was biochemical identification that was carried out using VIII compact machine, using gram-negative identity cards. So this, the organisms that were identified or that were isolated from the biochemical test. So in conclusion, the findings of this study may be used as a basis to conduct an in-depth investigation of the sources of pollutants, and also further studies are needed to be conducted on the bacterial species identified to determine their prevalence and also to assess the probability of their presence becoming a public health threat to shellfish consumers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor. Do we have questions for the council? From the bacteria you analyze, which ones are more prevalent from the Saldanha Bay in that oyster shell?
Okay, so initially I looked at Salmonella and the Vibrio species, and they were not detected. So when he did the biochemical identification, this is where now the organisms that were listed on that table were identified. So I found bacteria that I was not expecting to find, in other words.
So it's a new set of bacteria.
Yes.
Okay.
So it means now we need to study more studies so that we can have a database of, okay, these are the bacteria
that are present
in this environment.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you for an interesting presentation. I just want to ask, you speak of, your study was only in Saldanha Bay, right?
Yes.
And you speak of a concern with the shellfish and the bacteria in them. So were you able to find out the cases around Saldanha? Is there any reason why you went there?
Okay, that is the only farm, aquaculture farm that we have here. So, oh, and okay, again, I was approached, okay, we were approached by someone that's working in their department to assist them with that. Hence why I did it in Saldanha Bay.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't specifically there were cases
No,
around
there were
Saldanha
no
Bay?
cases,
Oh, okay.
yes. And
Thank you.
unfortunately, we don't get to hear of any foodborne outbreaks because of consumption of shellfish. I guess it could be because of underreporting of such cases in the country in general, or if one experiences such as minor symptoms such as diarrhea and all that, they don't even go for medical treatment, so it doesn't get investigated. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much for that beautiful study. I want to find out, after this study, have you guys went as far as to make another study maybe on what can be done? Now that you have found that there's these bacteria in that coastal area, what can be done? Are you looking at any antibacterial agents that you're thinking of using? Like, how far have you gone?
So we are going to look at those, trying to create a database of the bacteria that we say, these are the bacteria that we have found, and then try to see which ones are prevalent. So then we look at their pathogenicity, because then our worry is the public health threat. We don't want people getting sick from consuming shellfish that is produced from there. So we'll prioritize the ones that could cause diseases more if we find, yes.
Thank you so much,
Okay.
Okay, our next presenter is Thomas. Is Thomas in the house? Oh. What about Adams? Okay. Then I guess we are done for this section. We'll go for lunch now, then come back here by 12:45. No, we'll come back here by 1:30, not 12:45. By 1:30, we should be back here for the next section. Thank you so much. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We are about to start the last session. Please, can we please settle down? Okay. Thank you. Okay, the first person to present for this session is Sepang Mwajani. You are presenting on the impact of climate change on cultural heritage structures, a review. You have 10 minutes.
Good day, everyone. My name is Tapa Mohajani, and my topic for today is evaluating the impact of climate change on heritage structures in South Africa. And you will notice that my topic has slightly changed from the one that is shown on the program. I am supervised by Dr. Patrick Bukenya and Prof. Bongani Ngube, and my topic is basically based on my proposal, which is still under construction. My contents for today are as follows, wherein I'll be talking about the heritage structures, climate change, literature review, research problem, aims and objective, significance, expected outcomes, methodology, delineation, conclusions, and references. And then first of all, one would ask, what are these heritage structures? These are structures that possess architectural, aesthetic, and historical value to a city's tangible cultural heritage, fostering a sense of connection with the past. They often serve as symbols of something significant to locals and tourists alike because of either their link with military history, or the construction material, or politics, or their connection to nationally important people, to mention but a few. Examples of the heritage structures that we're talking about are such of Robben Island, which was constructed in the 16th century, and it is known for the fact that the former late president of South Africa was imprisoned there. And then we have the Castle of Good Hope, which was constructed in the 17th century, and it was constructed as a fortress then. And then we have the Colosseum in Italy, which was sort of an arena, sports arena, and it is by far the largest that has been constructed in Rome. And then we have the Taj Mahal, which is predominantly known of its construction material, which is marble. And then one would ask, why are these heritage structures important? They are important because they serve as one of the factors that attract tourists to South Africa. And then tourism contributes about 3.7 to South Africa's GDP, which is basically the gross domestic product, and it is used to measure the size of an economy. In 2010, there was a study that was conducted by the Department of Arts and Culture, wherein they analyzed data from Robben Island, 8 national parks and botanical gardens, 24 provincial nature reserves, and 29 museums. And then from that data, they found that those sites generated an income of which amounted to 176 million and employed 716 people. According to the World Travel and Tourism Council, travel and tourism generated 478,000 direct jobs in 2020, which amounts to 3.2% of the total employment in South Africa. And then going on, still talking about the heritage structures, but in this regard now deviating to their deterioration. Because these structures, such as the Castle of Good Hope, were constructed over a century ago, They have been deteriorating over time due to a number of reasons, such as lack of maintenance, urbanization, or change in weather elements such as extreme temperatures or precipitation. These weather patterns are brought about by climate change. And climate change is regarded as one of the leading phenomena facing the world today. Here we have a biological degradation that is currently ongoing at the Castle of Good Hope, wherein we have plants growing in between the masonry joints. And then here is the corrosion of mortar that is happening and also occurring at the masonry. And also we have the chemical degradation whereby we have the salt crystallization happening on the masonry. And then one would ask, what is this climate change? It is defined as a long-term change in the typical weather patterns that have come to characterize local, regional, and global climates on Earth. The main driver behind climate change is said to be human activities such as industrialization, which are emitting greenhouse gases such as carbon dioxide and methane into the atmosphere. The graph we have here just shows the carbon emission into the atmosphere from 1750 to 2020. 1750 is regarded as the year wherein industrialization started to occur, and then we find that, we find that at the beginning of 1750, the amount of carbon emission, which is depicted by the gray curve here, was relatively flat until around 1870, wherein the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere began to rise, and then as it rose, then the emission also rose. And then we just have here a bar chart from the carbon calculator, wherein we see that in the world, South Africa contributes about 1% of these emissions into the atmosphere. Now, zooming into South Africa, we see that the energy sector is by far one which emanates most of these carbon emissions. So now, what are the effects of these carbon emissions? We have just briefly talked about some of the causes, which are industrialization, and then some of them are like the pollution, the agricultural practices. But now the effects are the rising temperatures, rising sea levels, increase in extreme weather events, and the likes. Not only do these effects are not only related to structures only, they also have social impacts wherein they affect the livelihood of people. And then going into my literature, so far I've noticed that most of the literature wherein the impact or the effects of climate change on heritage structures have been conducted is conducted mostly in Asia and Europe. And of course, there are some which have been conducted in South Africa. However, so far I haven't noticed literature wherein they are basically focusing on the impact of the heritage structures, because if we zoom down to my last reference here, he was evaluating the potential impact of climate change on municipal buildings in South Africa. And then his focus was to determine the costs that are brought about by the impact of climate change. So now this brings me to my research problem. Literature shows that most of the structures were constructed a long time ago and have since been exposed to a lot of factors which have caused them to deteriorate structurally and physically. And this deterioration rate has sparked interest from a lot of researchers to investigate how the structures can be restored and conserved, therefore. Research has shown that when these structures are exposed to different weather elements, such as high relative humidity and precipitation, they are damaged. because of splitting, cracking, flaking, and dusting of the material and surfaces. And unfortunately, these structures will continually deteriorate if nothing is done to evaluate the impact of climate change on the deterioration rate. And then the aims and objectives of my study are to determine the impact of future outdoor climate or weather projections around the heritage structures on the deterioration rate, develop a building model for future outdoor climate projections around the heritage structures in South Africa, and then predict the service life of the heritage structures. And then the significance is basically to help the conservators to make them aware that if nothing is done to preserve these structures and at least to foretell their service life, in the next 20 to 50 years, there's a high possibility that the structures will be no more. And then the outcomes is to determine the relationship between the climatic conditions that are predicted and are current, and to improve the current conservation plan by predicting the future outdoor climatic projections around the heritage structures. And then the methodology is just simply to assess the climatic conditions around the heritage structures, and then the data which will be collected from there are such as the temperature, precipitation, and the relative humidity. And then my time is up.
Thank you so much, Charlie. Please, can you come for questions? Don't go. Can you come for questions? Yeah, we are still going to ask you questions. Please, do we have any questions for her? Questions? So what are your future perspectives? Are they going to renew these buildings, or?
Not necessarily renew, but since these are associated with the country's history, we need to preserve them. And then in preserving them, we need to know what exactly are we fighting. Because one might say, okay, I need to restore mortars or I need to do that. But then in restoring of the mortars, there are chemical parameters which are affected along with the mortars as well. So you need to know where the problem emanates and how to solve it thoroughly.
I want to ask, how do we preserve this? How are we going to achieve that, the preservation of these properties?
That's an ongoing study. Yeah.
Thank you so much once again. Okay, without wasting much time, let's welcome the next presenter, Ayaka. Ayaka. Saigwe. Is he here, or is he or she? Sorry? Oh, Charlie Gwe. Is the person here? Oh. Okay. Sorry for the wrong pronunciation of your names. Okay, let's just go here. Okay. Where's your one? There we go.
Is this one? And to go to next slide and other
I'll
things.
show you.
Okay. So should I start now? Or?
Yes, start now.
Greetings to the house at large. Standing in front of you is Ayaka Chayingwe. I'm a master student in the horticultural department, working under supervision of Professor Lopsha and Dr. Chimo. Today I will give a talk about my research, the effect of shade stress and different growth media on hydroponic grown. Trachyandra devricata is a coastal vegetable. I'll go over this list on my outline with you. To begin, Trachyandra devricata is an edible wild vegetable in the family as for the Laceae, and it is one of the most abundant wild edible vegetable in South Africa. This plant, shown on figure 1, figure 1 here depicts, this figure 1 here depicts where the species is originated from coastal zones. Trachyanda is a perennial herb to a height of 70 centimeter high with thick basal succulent leaves. Figure 2 demonstrates the edible part of this species, which is flower buds that resemble asparagus. This plant also has small white flowers that only last for a day. The picture here on figure 3 was taken by Thabo Mapisa in 2007. I'll discuss few points in relation to research problem. Firstly, population growth. The increase in population has a direct impact in reduction of the world food basket to feed hundreds and thousands of people, and as well as promotion of crop diversification to meet with the continued starvation. When it comes to food insecurities, when it comes to food insecurities, it is closely related to countries' poverty, though poverty may vary from one country to another. Third world is faced with issues of inadequate and insufficient food to feed thousands of people. And take, for example, South Africa, a country considered as one with a high proportion of income variation in the world. It still has high levels of poverty compared to other middle-income countries due to different underlying factors such as lack of access to agricultural land and the rate of unemployment. Use of hydroponic to this study as propagation method will contribute to underlying factors such as water scarcity and climate change. Hydroponic propagation method has advantages of propagating more species in small space, and it's also not affected by climate change because we can propagate species all year round. By propagating more edible species, that will be solution to food insecurities. Coming to objectives of this study, firstly, was to determine vegetative growth and nutrient content of Trachyandra diversicata when propagated with different growth media under different shade levels. Secondly, to evaluate the effect of different growth media and different shade levels on chlorophyll content of Trachyandra diversicata grown in hydroponics. Thirdly, to evaluate the effect of different growth media and shade stress that would have on biomass and flower buds of Trachyandra diversicata. And also to quantify the phytochemical and antioxidant potential of Trachyandra diversicata cultivated with different growth media under different shade levels in hydroponics to enhance studies of its medicinal and pharmacological potential. Now, why is this research important? This research is important because adopting plant from wild will bridge nutrient gap, avail food industry and commercial growers an opportunity to divest their product. It's also important because this study will provide commercial farmers with a successful growth protocol of this species. Coming to the literature review of this species, I will discuss ethnobotanical uses of Trachyandra diversicata. This picture here show harvested flowering buds that are ready to be steamed for meal preparation. Trachanda divricata flower buds can be used on salad. You must steamed and roast and stir fry it. And the leaves of this plant resist well in oils or vinegar pungles, also ferment. And coming to wild edible plants. Wild edible plants plays an important role in the life of most indigenous farmers and hand-gathered communities. Edible plants such as Trachanda divricata, edible wild vegetables, offers a cheaper and affordable opportunity in providing crop modification to challenge problems associated with starvation, and also providing food securities, especially in developing countries. Methodology used in this study in order to fulfill the above mentioned objectives. Firstly, we measured all plants laid in measuring scale in grams. They weigh 23 grams, all plantlets, and we also use ruler to measure into a same height of 10 centimeters before we propagated the plantlets in hydroponic system, which is nutrient film techniques. And we used 4 different growth medium, which is lacquer clay, peat, silica sand, and vermiculite, with different shade levels. That is 20%, 40, 60, and 80% shade levels were used on this system you see on figure 7. The results obtained from the above experiment show that the treatments impacted the yield of Trachanda divricata, especially in terms of biomass and flower buds. Especially in peat medium under no shade, as shown on this graph here, we obtained a lot of flower bud formation under peat medium with no shade. This figure shows the harvested flower buds after the experiment. To continue on proximity content, ADF, which is anti-digestible fiber, and NDF were optimized by peat medium under 20% shade levels. Whereas fat and protein were enhanced by vermiculite and peat medium under 80% shade levels. Coming to macro and micronutrient content of Trachanda divricata, the highest calcium, copper, iron, magnesium, and manganese were consistent in lacquer clay under 80% shade levels. Coming to phytochemical and antioxidant activities of Trachanda divricata, the lowest phytochemicals were recorded in lacquer clay under 80% shade levels, while the highest polyphenols and DPPH were produced by silica sand medium under 20% shade. Both thicker and FRAP antioxidant were enhanced by lacquer clay with no shade as well as 60% shade. However, 20% and 60% shade levels enhance the flavonol content of Trachanda divricata in vermiculite medium. To conclude, based on this finding, Trachanda divricata should be domesticated due to its rich nutritional values. Fortunately, so far we have published an article with agronomy. You can go on Google Scholar, it is available, and have a look. These are my reference lists. I highly honor your attention.
Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. Do we have questions for her? Questions, please. Okay, if there are no questions, I don't have one.
I just have one question. Have you eaten this plant?
Yes, I've tried this plant because we have harvested the flower buds before Christmas, so I've added it on my salad on Christmas Day.
How does it taste like?
It tastes exactly as asparagus. Have you tasted
No,
asparagus?
no.
Okay,
Thank you so much. The next person here is Duran Chetty. Duran Chetty. She's absent. I hope she's not in room 2 or 3. Okay, we'll move on to the next person. Kelvin Christopher. Is your...
Kevin. Does it say Calvin or Kevin?
I don't know if you loaded your... Did you load your presentation? Or you
No,
want
I
to present?
didn't. Can I use it on laptop? Or?
Okay, maybe I should just shift this.
Can I unplug this?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. 10. Okay. Okay. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kevin Cope. I am currently in my 3rd year of bachelor's degree in marine engineering. I'm sure some of you might be wondering, what is a bachelor's degree student doing at a postgraduate conference? Well, I'm wondering the same thing. If I can, it kind of feels like going to a fancy party in your pajamas, but in my case, it kind of feels like I'm just in a strange uniform. But seriously, I am thrilled to be here and very excited to present this work in progress systematic review that I have here today. Okay. So as an introduction, I'd just like to explain to some of you some things that are happening globally right now. Some of you might be aware that we are currently in the 4th industrial revolution, and this is going to change the maritime transportation industry. And then also, due to growing awareness of sustainability and carbon neutrality, there is a global shift of all sectors and industries to improve on their environmental impact. The transportation industry, more specifically the maritime transportation industry, is currently a main talking point for many environmental protection agencies, due to the fact that they not only are they the most efficient and most economical form of transporting large goods long distances, but they are also the largest producer of greenhouse gas emissions. Fortunately, the International Maritime Organization, which is a specialized agency of the United Nations, they specialize in, they're responsible for regulating safe and secure shipping. And they have implemented a new regulation on the 1st of January 2023, which was this year. They have implemented an amendment to the Prevention of Pollution Shipping Convention, which has made it mandatory for all ships to reduce their carbon intensity by 40%, and this is expected to happen by 2030. Do you mind if I just drink some water? Sorry. This has produced a problem for the maritime transportation industry. The maritime transportation industry is expected to significantly improve its decarbonization strategy by 2030. This raises the question, can digitalization within the maritime transportation industry improve fuel energy efficiency and decarbonization? So to produce this work in progress, let me just state this again, this is a work in progress. To produce this work in progress systematic literature review, we will be following the 2020 preferred reporting items for systematic reviews and meta-analyses checklist, or better known as the PRISMA checklist. This checklist consists of 27 items. Unfortunately, I could not upload the full checklist, as it is quite large, and I have checklist items 1 to 13E on here, as you can see. We have decided to use this checklist as it is a well-structured, clear and efficient method of producing a credible and valid systematic literature review. So next here we have our article processing method. On the left, you can see steps 1 to 4. You can also see, starting at step 1, we have identification. So the identification process is where we applied our filters and limits. Then moving to step 2 is the screening process. This is where we applied our inclusion and exclusion list. And then moving on to step 3, we have the eligibility. This is where we examined the data of each article. And then step 4 is the inclusion, where we decided on which articles we will include into this systematic literature review. So on the database that we have selected, to select a database, we started off by going onto Google Scholar. We did this because it allows us to submit many different searches and use many different keywords and use filters to narrow down a database that would be most relevant to our research. By doing this, we found that Science Direct is a very good database with lots of relevant information. Not just that, but not only just that, but Science Direct also has a very good built-in internal online search engine. As you can see here are some of the limits and filters that you can choose from. Yes. So for the search strategy, we applied a limit of 10 years. So this was a limit from 2013 to 2023. We felt that this would keep relevance on all of the articles and keep them up to date. After applying these filters and limits, we identified many articles to concentrate our research. We applied a screening process whereby we used Boolean operations such as and for including the keyword. We have or for either of to include either of the keywords. We have not to exclude a keyword, and then we have the double quotations to include the exact keyword. And then here is an example of a search that we would be using on Google Scholar, for instance. So here is the search eligibility criteria, starting off with the inclusion list. So most importantly here, I would just like to show you the marine or maritime to keep it focused on the industry. And then we have optimize, spelt in 2 different ways. This is the American version and the British English version. So this is done to have it more inclusive as a global search. And then we have the exclusion list. Most importantly here would be the aviation and road transport. This is to exclude any other forms of transportation, as this would skew the research. Here I have the processing method. This is the article processing method again, but this time I would like to bring your attention to the right side, where we have Next to identification, we have two squares. The left square is for the Science Direct section, and then on the right, we have the Google Scholar section. Once our identification filters were applied, such as the year limit and the article types, we identified 113,455 articles from Science Direct, and we accumulated more than 500,000 articles from Google Scholar. Moving on to step 2, we have the screening process. This is where we applied our search terms. So this would be the inclusion and exclusion terms. And then also we removed any duplications that we found from cross-searching on both Science Direct and also Google Scholar. This concluded a sum of 369 articles. Moving on to the eligibility phase, we assessed the contents of the articles to see which of these articles would be relevant to our research. And then finally, we have the inclusion. This is just where we have decided on which articles we would be including into this, once again, work in progress systematic literature review. So currently we have 4, but maybe in the future we could actually have some more. Here is an example of the data synthesis that was used for the eligibility process. By laying out each of these articles, we could examine all the details such as, let me zoom in on here. We could examine details. So as you can see here, we have the item number, we have the title of the document, the author, the year it was published, the database it was found on. We also have the abstract, the synopsis, the findings, and then finally we have a personal thoughts. As you can see here, I have, this is useful information, has a lot to offer. So this is where we examined all of the different information such as abstract and synopsis and findings to see which of these articles would be best fitting for the research. And then we have the discussion. So looking at the findings from Matthias Ichmer and Li Zhu, we can see that the optimization of a combustion process will in fact improve emissions and performance. Therefore, we can determine that optimization of a ship's performance in real time through sensor-based data analytics to allow for finer tuning of the combustion process will allow for improved efficiency and also reduce emissions. Based on this initial research, as this is still a work in progress, we can apply an assumed conclusion that digitalization in the maritime transportation industry will have a positive effect on fuel energy efficiency and decarbonization. This can only be achieved through the willingness of this industry to adopt new technologies by applying significant investment into the implementation of new hardware, software, and infrastructure. Despite these challenges, the potential benefits of digitalization in the maritime transportation industry have the potential to revolutionize the industry and can result in considerable improvements in energy efficiency and operational carbon intensity. Overall, this digitalization trend in shipping is expected to continue, resulting in a more sustainable and efficient future for maritime transportation. Here is my reference list for the 4 articles that I have used, and also the International Maritime Organization's webpage where they were speaking about the information that I mentioned. And then finally, thank you for your valuable attention and engagement throughout this presentation. I hope that I was able to provide you with some new insights and new ideas to ponder. If you have any further questions, feel free to, if you have any further questions or comments, please do not hesitate to reach out. I look forward to further discussions and collaborations with all of you in the near future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kelvin.
Any questions?
Yeah, for the wonderful presentation. It's a nice study. Questions for Kelvin?
I think up there was first.
Yes, good afternoon, and thank you very much for your presentation. I quite enjoy it. So I just wanted to find out to what extent will your research be disseminated and taken up by the industry that you are in?
Well, that is a good question because this industry is very difficult and reluctant to use new technologies as new innovations. If this industry, so in this industry, when they do produce a new ship, it's usually in a time span of about 15 to 20 years. The ship needs to last, and they also do not create these ships on a very quick basis. So using new technologies is quite a big risk if it's not been tested and peer-reviewed, and they're certain that this is not going to fall flat on them, if I've got to put it like that. So there is a possibility that it could be used, but yeah, it is quite difficult to say.
And if I may, just to follow up, so how are you going to explore those opportunities to make an impact?
That's a good question, which I have not necessarily thought about yet. I will definitely take that into consideration, and yeah, I will take that into consideration and think about that. Thank you very much. And,
thank you. I actually also wanted to respond to Prof's question. I did a study in my master's degree on HIV adherence, and one of my theoretical frameworks was the cognitive theory. And basically what the cognitive theory, also the social learning theory, and what the cognitive theory basically say is, if you, like for example with antiretroviral treatment, when somebody's HIV positive, they need to be on antiretroviral treatment for life. And it's not easy for somebody to adhere because there's a lot of challenges and stumbling blocks that make, but they have to take their treatment. So what my study did was we looked at, my study basically was based on the cognitive theory. If you explain to somebody why they need to take treatment, what will be the effect of the treatment be, how to deal with side effects, what will happen if you don't take your treatment, and once somebody understand, have insight cognitively why they need to act in a certain way, then they tend to be more compliant. So I'm thinking in your case, for instance, it will be necessary to get their buy-in. In other words, get them to understand the impact that combustion or whatever has on global warming and all those things. If they have will be my understanding. If they have an understanding why they need to act in a certain way, chances are there that they're going to comply. Thank you.
thank you. I think there was a question. I think there were two questions. The lady over there. Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Just to answer your question, Prof, the challenge now is with the IMO instructing all ship owners to decarbonize, it became now very important. That's why now these kind of studies are starting to be conducted so that we can see what should be done. In the more developed countries, especially in the European zone, all ship owners will be paying for the emission that they're going to pollute. So there is by 2030, if you don't reduce your CO2 emission, you're going to pay for that. And the tendency is that because the southern part of the world doesn't have such requirement, all these old ship, the tendency will be to come and work on the southern part of the country. And we are worried with South Africa being one of the maritime corridors, will be having all these ships that are polluting the atmosphere coming to navigate in Africa, South Africa, Nigeria, and all this. That's what will happen. But they will be forced somehow to digitalize the industry.
Sorry, your study needs a lot of funding, yeah, a lot of money. So
Yes, for sure.
do you have collaborations or funding? Yeah, who's funding you guys?
Currently, what I know, for instance, there are some studies. In fact, one of the problem is what fuel should be, for instance, used to decarbonize. You'll see, for instance, some ship line like Maersk, or they are trying to go LNG, if I'm not mistaken, or biofuel. We have recently, with the hydrogen that South Africa is trying to be producing with Namibia and Western Cape, in the Northern Cape. So hydrogen is one of the alternative on fuel that should be used. Now, talking about investment, the IMO has put funding for research to be done. What type of fuel, for instance, should be used to reduce as much as possible carbon emission? And to do that, there is some requirement. You need to have ship owners on board. You have to get a port on board. You have to have scientists on board and to apply to such funding. So they are trying to invest money so that studies can be conducted to see what can be done.
Could I just also mention again that this regulation was implemented on the 1st of January this year, so it is still a very, very new. Very new, yes.
So we wish you guys good luck.
Thank you.
All the best.
Thank you.
Okay, we have our last presenter for today, Kukle Mandi. Kukle Mandi.
This one, Okuhle, yes. Thank you very much. Yep.
So we have 10 minutes now?
Not 30 minutes. It says 30 minutes on the script. Thank you very much, Papa. Greetings everyone in the house. In front of you is Munde Okuhle, coming from Department of Horticultural Science here at CPUT. My supervisor is Prof. Lobcha and my co-supervisor is Dr. Jimom. I'm gonna present today with the topic of the effect of different irrigation intervals and salinity levels on full feed contents of Mesembryanthemum crystallimum leaves. This is the structure of my presentation. Firstly, for us to obtain healthy food, plants need to be well nourished and have good quality. Hence, we have to always prioritize to have good quality food so that when we're producing. Plants on themselves, they require 17 elements to grow, and lack of any elements within those elements could lead to a deficiency syndrome, which could affect their metabolic and photosynthesis and all those metabolisms that occur in the plant. Now, when that occurs, whenever such thing occurs, that consistently affects the food production in the world. Because firstly, we have the crises that limit, or we have the environmental factors that consistently limit our crops, which is mainly is drought and salinity that are the major concerned ones. Most of the lands has been most of the lands, for example, have been are not being used currently because of high salt levels that are within the salts, making them unfit for them to be considered or to be suitable for growing certain plants, because most plants are susceptible or are very weak to sustain high salt levels in the soil. And other stress is salinity, the drought stress, meaning whenever the plants have a problem within the roots, whenever they don't absorb enough nutrients from the roots, or whenever the field capacity of the soil is not sufficient or is not enough, then that means the water potential for the plant to withdraw water from the soil to the plant will be limited. And this consistently lead to the deficiencies of the plants. And to our study for today, for example, on 2015 to 2017, the crisis that we had in Cape Town, Western Cape, is there was a drought which significantly affected many farmers, forcing them to cut the supply of waters, making them to prioritize certain crops that are needing less water for them to survive, and forcing them to cut off all those crops that need high amount of water. Considering that most crops in the agricultural field, more especially vegetable crops, they need daily irrigation. And whenever we compromise the water supply to those plants, that consistently leads to the decline in food supplies, and that consistently affect jobs for the people, because now they can't have land to work on. Secondly, that affects the exports that we are exporting, the fruit that we are exporting and all that. That affects the quality of the food that we are exporting. And then in front of us today, we have this precious plant called Mesembryanthemum crystallimum. This plant has a potential to be grown as a vegetable crop in the future, because this crop has been documented as an edible crop species, which was used recently by the Khoisan people, mostly during those times whereby people were moving from one place to another for the search of food. And whenever they were close to coastal areas, this crop was also considered as one of the crops to be consumed. So now this crop is the potential crop because it showed to need less amount of water, and it showed to be able to be grown on those areas of high salt levels. Because of its mechanism, which is it is able to switch from the C3 photosynthesis mechanism to chem mechanism, which is it makes it greatly efficient for water tolerance and water stress. Our research problems are as follows. Firstly, the agricultural industries use more amount of water compared to other industries, meaning it is inviting us now to consider also those crops that we couldn't consider when we were domesticating crops, and consider them also to be part of the crops that we are producing. Secondly, approximately 20 and 50% of world cultivated area and the world irrigated lands respectively are affected by salinization, and these percentages are still expected to increase. Remember, whenever we irrigate the plants, for example, or whenever we capture the water, there are always salt builds up that occurs, and that whenever we take that water to the field, that it leads to the high concentrations of the salts to the soil. And there are no strategies present yet to eliminate those crops, those salts from the soil. But the surprising thing with this one is that it has an ability to take off those salts within its system. In tropical Africa, macronutrients such as iron, zinc are the major cause of health problems, which potentially lead to high mortality rates and low economic productivity. Hence, most staple food are fortified. Fortification is a process whereby a government would make means, for example, for crops to be added certain elements that are needed by the communities to make sure that whenever they buy those staple crops such as maize, they have those those elements, so that we minimize the deficiency syndrome that us people we face. So now with this crop, we wanted to evaluate the its ability or its micronutrients and its concentration on nutrients, and see how it would improve such situation. Vegetables are the most affordable and accessible source of micronutrients. As we know, we are always encouraged to consume more vegetables because they contain high micronutrients levels and high macronutrients levels. Secondly, population growth is rapidly growing now and then, and it is expected that by 2050 it would have doubled. Minding that we have this crisis of soil salinization of the land that we are unable to consider, and then considering that we are having this factor of drought that randomly occurs because we can never predict when we're gonna face another drought period. So now when we consider this type of crops, it's gonna be beneficial for us to have more crops that are more sustainable to such environments. Our objectives were as follows. I focused on the proximate contents of Mesembryanthemum crystalmum leaves. We focused on the macronutrient contents, and then we focused on the macronutrient contents of Mesembryanthemum crystalmum. To obtain all the research or all the information, we used all the Google engines such as Google Scholars, science journals, and then the experiment study was conducted here at CPUT in the greenhouse nursery to evaluate proximate macronutrients and macronutrients. The samples were sent to UKZN. This is our study layout to examine the salinity and tolerance of Mesembryanthemum crystalmum. We had 16 treatments, and we were combining those stresses of drought and salinity, meaning, as you can see, we would have all those that are not getting we would have all those crops that are not being irrigated with salts, but in different days. And then we would have different salt concentration from 0 ppm, 200 ppm, 400 ppm, and 800 ppm. The results now are as follows. The proximate contents findings. Our study showed that we had lower contents of moisture, meaning our crops after being dried, they had smaller amount of moisture contents, making them more able to be considered, because that shows that it could be their shelf life could be longer. And then this crop also had high fiber content, which is considerable or compatible to other crops, making it to be considered also as a potential crop, because most of the times fiber is is crucial for our diets, and it is important that we consider it to avoid diseases such as intestinal diseases. We had our micronutrients results, whereby we had considerable amounts of calcium, And it showed that whenever you increase, it was more influenced by irrigation intervals, because longer irrigation intervals proved to have a higher amount of calcium other than others. The macronutrients, for example, the iron. Iron is one of the elements that are important, and there are elements that is considered to be deficient, and the element that is usually one of the elements that are being falsified, because it has a lot of thing to do with the blood movement and the anemic and fatigue. And with this crop, it had higher iron contents other than other elements, showing that it was really a substitute for crops that are well known, such as spinach. In our conclusion, salinity and drought both influenced proximate macronutrients and macronutrients contents, indicating that these two stresses on plants may have the same or different effect on the crop, on the mineral, on nutritional contents. In our recommendation, further research focusing on supplementing plants under salt stress or drought with higher ratio of, it is recommended that studies should be conducted for this crop, considering higher amounts now of salt to see the highest levels of salt that it can tolerate. Secondly, it is recommended that these plants can be consumed because it showed a considerable amount of nutritive values. And lastly, those elements that were higher during those stress levels on the plant would be suggested to be increased, so that we can find out to other crop species to find out if those elements, if they are increased, they are supplied to those crops, if they're gonna improve the tolerance of those crops or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Kukle. Wonderful presentations. Thank you. Do we have questions for Kukle? Questions? So you don't know for now if this plant is toxic to the human system? Don't know.
So far, the elements that we've tested, for example, I've only presented one chapter. We've also done the phytochemicals, the antioxidants, but this plant didn't show any toxics to the plant, to the humans.
Okay.
Hi, Okuhle. When you touch on the element of food security, I'm thinking, hey, one needs to gather all this information about all these plants that people are presenting about. So what's the common name for this plant? You mentioned that long one that we couldn't even pronounce.
Sorry, ma'am, the common name for it is ice plant.
Ice plant. Ice plant. Ice plant.
Where is it found? Okay.
Yes, where is it found?
Here in Cape Town, for example, it is found on the coastal area around the Kranja Bay area along the coastal side. Yeah.
Hi, Okuhle. What challenges did you face when you were doing your experiments?
The major challenge was to germinate the plant, because we struggled with the way of germinating it, and unfortunately we had to germinate it from the seed, because with the cuttings it wasn't responding, for example. So the only propagation method that was even recommended from the literatures was propagation through the seeds. But we weren't sure with the conditions to supply the plant, because all those we had to play around with the conditions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, quickly.
I just have
Thank you
one
so much.
question.
Yeah, come.
Now, I just wanted to ask, this plant, you've mentioned that it's being used by people, and have we ever looked at the potential effect, whether it could have medicinal effect or toxic effect, or how do we know, has it been tested on animals, for instance, how do we know it is safe for consumption by humans?
Sorry, ma'am, due to time and the presentation was very close, we decided to only present one chapter, which is for nutritional contents, but we did cover the antioxidant and phytochemicals of the plant, and of which this plant, even on its literature, is being said that it was used recently for the treatments of the kidney infection, for the water retentions and all those things. So it does have higher contents of antioxidants and higher quantities of polyphenols.
So in future study, you'll be looking at all that.
We've done that already, ma'am.
So we are waiting for the outcome for the presentation.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to know, since there's a certain impact, is there a specific product already available that has all those, if it has health-related benefits, is there a product like the Rooibos that has this tablet, or is there a product available for consumption already, or are we heading towards it?
Currently, ma'am, as we've said, this plant is one of the plants that were recently used, and apparently most current countries, for example, Netherlands and other countries, are using it during its season because it's an annual crop, and then they only consider using it during that time and then going along the coast, and you would be served mostly in the restaurant as a special meal because it's a rare crop, and it's not like you're gonna get it throughout the season, and there is no proper propagation strategy for it, and there's lack of information actually about it. So currently there's no product that has been. Yes, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you to all the presenters and to all of you for supporting the Postgraduate Conference 2023. We have come to a close for this section. I would like to hand over to the CPGS for the final remarks and then for the prize section. Thank you.
like that. So that's what it's about. So I want to thank everybody who presented. I mean, there's so much work that goes into the research before you decide to present, and then the presentation. From the students as well as from the supervisors. So I also want to thank the supervisors. I especially want to thank the supervisors who were here with their students, but some of them wanted to be here and can't. So I want to thank everybody about that. I want to thank Saratech for allowing us to use this beautiful space. Don't you think this is fantastic? I can tell you what it costs afterwards, but if you want to use it yourselves. And Saratech also allowed us to have some student assistants, and those are the people at the door. So I also want to thank them. They spent the whole day running after people, dragging them to rooms, telling them where to go, allowing them to eat or not to eat, etc. And I also want to thank the rest of the staff, especially, can you please stand up, Mrs. Pink Lady? We're very proud of this day. We're very proud of your work. And the rest as well. Stanley, is Stanley here? There's Stanley. Masimba is outside. I don't know if Mtembakazi is here. Okay, so you know them. Stanley, there you are. Stanley, Mtembakazi, Papama. Our director is Prof. Isak, sitting there on the corner. And I'm the hanger-on. So thank you for being here. Our tea is a little bit late. That's why we decided to do the thanks right now. Anybody else? Oh, yes, the photographer. Thank you for the photographer being here as well. Okay, so enjoy the tea and the rest of the afternoon. Anybody else that I left out? Prof. Berger. I just want to tell everybody, we had a research festival yesterday organized by Prof. Berger's people. It was fantastic. And it wasn't only fantastic because of the quality of what was offered, but also because of the warmth and the warm feeling of the researchers. You know, our researchers do very good work, top work, but they don't deny each other the limelight. And that was what we found yesterday. And I walked away here and I thought, wow, this is the place to be. Thank you very much, everybody. Bye.